No, no, no. Yudhishthir, you are not audible. Presentation is visible, but voice is not. So, sir, you unmute yourself. You are muted. In the bottom side, there are no many icons. So you can just click on the mic button to unmute yourself. Sir, there is no any specific list. You can just call out the name one by one, who is presenting or not in the meeting. No. Sayyid Muhammad, kindly share your presentation. Share your presentation. Okay. Oral presentation, that means with the help of PPT only. No. Doesn't mean that you are only talking about title or a topic or a theme. Yeah, you can. Oral presentation doesn't mean that you have orally started without any PPT. So when you complete that with the help of PowerPoint. So you can share the PDF now.
Demand response, strategic load growth, and energy efficiency. Demand response strategies such as load shifting, peak clipping, and valley filling adjust consumption patterns respond to pricing or reliability changes. Strategic load growth incentives aim to increase consumption strategically through methods like dual fuel heating or thermal storage. Energy efficiency measures focus on reducing overall demand by promoting more efficient use of energy resources. DSM often demand response, often known as a flexible load shaping, is adaptable to varying system requirements and market conditions. Load shifting redistributes usage of peak hours. Peak clipping reduces consumption during the high demand periods, and valley filling increases consumption during low demand times. Strategic load growth stimulates demand in specific areas to optimize system utilization and revenue generation. Energy efficiency measures to lower overall demand by upgrading appliances, implementing energy efficient practices, and enhancing building installation. So, energy efficiency, a long term conservation strategy called energy efficiency, seeks to lower demand and save energy through the use of energy efficient procedures. enhancing the efficiency of energy efficient initiatives by implementing energy efficient programs. Power system costs can be averaged down, and peak demand can be reduced. So let's move to the DSM of industrial loads. In industrial contexts, demand side management or DSM refers to a collection of tactics and procedures meant to maximize energy use, lower peak demand, and improve overall efficiency in the manufacturing and industrial domains. Since industrial process frequently contribute DSM in crucial for increasing. Sorry, I forgot to silence my phone. Since industrial processes frequently contribute, DSM is crucial for increasing sustainability and economy. Numerous industries use electricity for various processes such as the production of metals, oil, refining, chemicals, cement, and pulp and paper. The amount of electricity used in of industries. Furthermore, as more industrial processes like heat become electrified, it is anticipated that industrial electricity consumption and costs will rise. So let's move to the DSM of commercial loads. In the commercial sector, demand management refers to group of tactics and procedures meant to maximize energy use, lower power peak demand, and improve overall energy efficiency in commercial structures. Office buildings, retail stores, lodging facilities, dining establishments, and other industrial commercial properties are included in this sector. In the commercial sector, DSM aims to minimize environmental impact, promote energy sustainability, and lower operating costs. Like lighting, water heating, electronic devices, and space heating and cooling are just a few of the many uses of electricity in the commercial setting. Space conditioning. Space conditioning accounts for a quarter to a third of the electricity used in office, services, and retail buildings. Nonetheless, retail buildings are distinguished by their high percentage of electricity consumption, that is 30 to 40% for refrigeration. So, moving to the technical and economical constraints of the commercial sector, space conditioning accounts for a quarter to a third of the electricity used in the office service and retail buildings. Nonetheless, retail buildings are distinguished by their high percentage of electricity consumption for refrigeration, which I mentioned earlier, that is 30 to 45, or 30 to 35 to 40%. Commercial consumers' electricity consumption is regulated in large part of things like space heating, lighting, and refrigeration. For instance, task-specific illumination levels in the workplace should be met while the business is open, which is set by the standards. So moving to the behavioral constants, the majority of the demand for commercial power is driven by the technical and economic restrictions, making human behavior constants very negligible, since most of the commercial power consumption is for equivalent equipment that are mandated by laws like lighting standards or by business operations like capacity to serve customers. Human behavior often plays a little role in this demand. Nonetheless, applications that support thermal comfort consider human behavior. Individuals may have different preferences for thermal comfort, which may be an impact on the amount of electricity needed for the space and cooling. These varying preferences can affect the demand for electricity, even though not all commercial consumers have means or the desire to modify their consumption or the electricity in accordance with them. So there are, however, a few number of obstacles preventing increased industrial demand response adaptations. As small consumers have a lower demand side management potential than large consumers, they are frequently ignored. Although adopting demand response requires both in-depth understanding of an industry's procedure of an understanding the demand response incentives. These skills are set rarely found in demand response organizations, because demand response programs typically tailored to a single customer, industry-wide process-specific applications with significant DSM potential, like compressed air systems, are frequently disregarded. So, in summation, a significant portion of consumers' operating expenses and the demand for electricity suppliers and distributors can be attributed for industrial electricity consumption. Industrial demand response is therefore advantageous to electricity utility companies as well as to consumers. Demand response is widely used in the in the production of cement, in cold storage warehouses, in pulp and paper mills, in electrolysis facilities, and in electric furnace metal workshopping. Industries with longer operational shifts, large inventory buffers, and processes involving heat storage and generally the greatest candidates for industrial DR. There are, however, a number of obstacles when considering employee wage, material costs, and facility costs. Electricity costs typically make a smaller portion of the overall costs associated with running business. As a result, commercial consumers typically place emphasis on managing their electricity demand than the industrial consumers. Most commercial electricity demand is considered by economic and technical factors, making it less flexible. Example of these factors include workshop lighting regulation and consumer service requirements. Commercial demand response programs therefore concentrate on uses. They have built-in storage like battery storage in electric vehicles and thermal storage in refrigerators. The commercial demand side management sector has comparatively less research conducted than other sectors. This could mean that there is a significant research gap in this area, or that the sector has little potential for demand side management because of its lower share to overall costs from electricity consumption. Enhancement prospects for commercial distributed refrigeration. Demand response encompasses enhanced comprehension of consumer demand flexibility, more accurate modeling of building occupant preferences and comfort levels, and expansion of demand response programs to smaller consumers. Technical and financial limitations should be the main focus of improvements in commercial demand response, since human behavior is usually not significant determining commercial electricity demand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sayyid sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Now, Sahu sir, I hope you might be ready. Your presentation. Still, you seem struggling with the technical issue. Roshni Joshi is right here. She is ready with her presentation. She is willing to present her presentation. So I would take the pleasure to invite her. Roshni ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So you can start your presentation. I invite you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, please. Start sharing your presentation so that it can be visible to you all.
Just a minute,
Just
sir.
a minute.
Yeah, please.
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग, बताइए। आप अभी तैयार हैं प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए? ठीक है, तो ये रोशनी अभी प्रेजेंट कर रही है, रोशनी को आपको अनाउंस करवा दें। ठीक है, ओके सर।
Shivanshu, sir,
Yes, please.
can you show my PPT?
Yes, you just start
There
sharing.
was some technical issues.
Pritam sir, can you help her?
Yes, send your PPT.
Before Kiran Madam start her presentation, I would take the pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Pushparaj Singh sir. He is the session chair for today's this session. So I warmly welcome him. Dr. Pushpa sir, very good morning to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Yes, Roshni ma'am.
Sir, I send you PPT, my PPT. Can you show?
Pritam sir, is it possible for you to share her presentation?
But I am not getting that.
You are unable to find her presentation.
Yes, sir.
Are you using laptop or mobile?
I think she is using the mobile. That's why.
Yes, sir.
I am not getting your presentation. And
You can send. If you find a mail as the presentation, meanwhile go to the next participant. Bhadoria, sir.
Yes, please.
We can ask the candidate to mail her or mail us plus the presentation. Meanwhile, we can go to the participant.
Sir has sent the message to Karan madam and given her the that mobile email
Yeah.
ID, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, through the text message, sir has mailed, given the message, text message to you. You just take this that particular email ID and send your PPT right now, so
Okay,
that
sir.
we can you to. Till then, I call the next can participate. Uh, Sony Kumudni Rajput has she joined us. Dr. Shadab Ahmed Khan, Sushil Kumar Singh, Mr. Manish Kumar,
Hello.
Swati. Yes,
Yes, sir.
Manish ji.
Yes, sir.
Manish ji. Very good morning to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Are you ready with your presentation? Is it possible for you to present your presentation right now?
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay.
as
Now
for
I'm going to say.
yes, you are most welcome right here, and I would request you to share your PPT if you have right now at your hand,
Okay.
please.
1 second, sir. Good morning, sir. Today I'm going to explain about my work. Element incorporation of team 4 compounds in the catalysis and synthesis of 1,2-disubstituted benzene. Here we have to synthesize organotin compound with organotin compound, and this organotin compounds have to synthesize synthesis of 1,2-disubstituted benzene.
It's okay, sir. You are audible to us, and your presentation is visible as well. Please continue.
Now, first is introduction. Mean group 14 matter is based is a much more as compared to transition metal complexes in the view of their structural adoption of electronic revision and medicinal properties and potential efficacy and capacity. And these are the main as much more as compared to transition metal complexes due to their low toxicity, more dependent and low cost. And there is a various application of this organ complexes. Now again, the metal center as well as the ligand center both work here to catalyze this reaction. And the metal center complexes plays important role in the providing the active sites for the transformation, but complex and ligand to cooperate the transformation. A recent review by Isabate and Berg explored the metal ligand cooperability of first flow transition metal complexes with the various organic reactions, such as hyper alkene, ketones, and nitriles, ester, and reduction of the nitrile, etc. A polydentate ligand H12 which can bind the organotin 4 complex, and the non-coordinated hydroxymethyl group ligand can be acts as a hydrogen bond donor and this organic reaction. The cytine center acts as an electrophilic center, while the other hydroxymethyl will activate the substrate to hydrogen bond formation. And the first is the synthesis of ligands and these complexes. First of all, synthesis of these ligands from this 2-hydroxyaldehyde group, which synthesizes the two ligand, one with hydroxymethyl, another way to without hydroxymethyl. And the ligand complex synthesis via this ligand reacts with triethylamine with tin complex to form this complex. Another one without hydroxymethyl to form with a similar procedure. These are the single crystal deflection of these complexes with their alpha, beta, gamma, and ABC with their unit cell length. All these two are penta-coordinated complex with trigonal bipyramidal structure. And this one is a hexa-coordinated structure to form a dimer. It is usually di and butyl tin complexes. A form is a dimer structure, and another which is a monomer structure. These are trigonal bipyramidal structure with this unit cell and alpha ABC and alpha beta. There is an NMR spectroscopy. The NMR spectroscopy of this tin complexes so is 342, 268, 173, 390, 319, 270, and 174. This this in NMR explain about is these complexes are penta coordinated, not hexa coordinated. But in the di and butyl cases, in the solid cases, is a hexa coordinated, but is a penta coordinated in solution. These are the NMR spectroscopy of these complexes. One is 13C and tin NMR. Tin is an NMR active, but I have to is a FTIR spectroscopy. In FTIR azomethane scheme. First of all, in the ligand is a hydroxy ligand is come around is a 3347 to 3327, but these are the abscess in this complex to 345, and these are the FTIR. HRMS spectroscopy of these complexes. This is a M plus H, all this complex. And I have to catalyze this reaction to ortho-orthophenyl with the aldehyde to form this 1,2-disubstituted benzimidazole. These are the screening of the substrate and the possible mechanism of this reaction. I have done this hydroxymethyl with the reaction with case 92%, and without this hydroxy to get 78%. These are the possible mechanism. Here is a tin as well as hydroxy, both are to cooperate to catalyze this reaction via this hydrogen bonding, and this is a electrophilic center. To first of all react this benzaldehyde, and then is a diverter to this form this complex, and again this is formed without eliminating this form this complex. And optimization of this reaction. This one is the optimized condition is 2.5 mole % and 120 degrees Celsius over 2 hours. Conclusion: 2-polydentate ligand H2L with hydroxymethyl and with hydroxymethyl to ester form, and this two ligand to used to prepare 6 organotin complexes. All these complexes are square pyramidal structure, except this occupying in 2 is an octahedral structure. All these complexes show catalytic activities in the catalysis of 1,2-disubstituted benzimidazole using orthophenyldiamine with aldehyde derivative with yield up to 92%. The Lewis acidic and atom hydrogen bond donor complexes 1 to 3 complete catalyzes synthesis of 1,2-disubstituted benzimidazole to exhibiting element T ligand cooperativity. And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank
Manish, Mr. Manish,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am. Ask.
One thing, you said that the geometry of these ligands you have formed, you have synthesized, are
Yes.
having a square pyramidal,
No, square pyramidal, no. Trigonal bipyramidal.
trigonal bipyramidal, right? And
Yes, this
it
is
is
trigonal.
okay. And you have mentioned that it is multidentate, or it's only a single ten has been attached to the ligand.
Multidentate means that is a tin is attached to their the 3 coordinated side. That's why is a tridentate. That's why I use multi-dentate for metal to attach three dentate.
Okay, and
No, I am not use multi. If I use mononuclear.
okay, and one thing, geometry has decided the basis of IR and NMR only.
Ma'am, repeat my question.
The geometry of these ligand you have decided the basis of and FTIR only.
No, ma'am. FTIR, NMR, FTIR, single crystal.
Don't you think that study is needed for finding the geometry?
Ma'am, your echo is come, ma'am.
Now it's voice is clear now. Are you able to?
Ma'am, echo is coming. Repeat.
I want to know that XRD is needed for finding the geometry or not.
Yes, ma'am. XRD is a finder, but I have used XRD, thin NMR, and FTIR. All this I have used. But XRD is a main thing by know the geometry of these complexes. Also by the use of NMR, one jet in coupling in. Also I use the thin NMR, just like use in the penta-coordinated thin. Usually come in the range of for the diphenyl is come 340. So 370 for diphenyl, for tertiary butyl 270 for penta-coordinated, for N-butyl is compared to 40.
Okay.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you, Vatsala ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I will take
Thank you, ma'am.
the permission to add the next contestant, Roshni ma'am. I hope you might be ready this time. Roshni madam, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am not present my PPT.
Vikram sir, is it possible for you from your end? Can you share her presentation? She has mailed you. I hope you might have got it. Yes. Fine. Roshni madam, is it
Yes,
visible
sir.
to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Vikram sir has shared for you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Please.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible to us.
Yes, sir.
I would request you to start.
Good morning to everyone. I am Roshni Joshi, and I am pursuing PhD from Government Model Science College, Ujjain, under the supervision of Dr. Brijesh Madhu.
Sir, hello.
Here, my topic is enhanced photocatalytic degradation of mixed dye using F-doped bismuth oxychloride photocatalyst under white LED light sources. Nowadays, water pollution is a major problem in the world and the increasing day by day. So once oxidation process is the excellent water treatment method, offer a solution to remove non-degradable and hazardous contaminants from water and wastewater. Photocatalysis is an efficient technology for water purification by using solar light, visible light, and has attracted large interest at present time. Bismuth oxychloride used in cosmetic industries as a pigment. This is well-known commercial application of bismuth oxychloride. In recent years, on wide spread a large number of semiconductors like zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, bismuth oxychloride, vanadium trioxide, cadmium sulfide. There are more applications for photocatalytic degradation of organic pollutants as a photocatalyst. Experiment section 2. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Here we prepared a photocatalyst that is Fe-doped bismuth oxychloride. Firstly, we take bismuth nitrate in 1 m HCl and stirred for 20 minutes and marked solution A. And another beaker we take anhydrous HCl3 in 1 m HCl and heated for 10 to 15 minutes, that is marked solution B. When solution B is cooled down, then we added solution A dropwise and mixed on the solution, mixed it well and adjust the pH by NaOH, 2 m NaOH and stirred for 2 hours and prepared solution PPT was obtained. The PPT is rinsed with deionized water and ethanol and dried for 80 degrees centigrade. And after drying, we take Fe-doped bismuth oxychloride nanoparticles we obtain. Photocatalytic experiment section. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. That is experiment setup, spectrophotometer, and that is photoreactor in under the light, and that is a magnetic stirrer. That is my white LED light and centrifuge machine. Here efficiency, we can calculate efficiency by formula C0 C0 minus C upon C0 into 100, where C0 is initial absorbance and C is the last absorbance, that is calculate different time intervals and multiply by 100. Next slide, please. Characterization. Yes. Here we use various type of techniques for the characterization of the sample, like XRD by spectrophotometer. XRD Pro X-ray diffractometer and field emission electronic spectroscope, FESM, that is called FESM in short, and EDX by using Hitachi SU8010 and BAT analysis and FTIR analysis. Next slide. Yes, that is XRD data. XRD peak appears 23.8 and 25.7, 27.4, 30.1 and 33.180 degree. That is value of 2 theta angle respectively are shorter and stronger and sharper wavelength. XRD pattern, that is a XRD graph. Next, FESM images of my photocatalyst Fe-doped bismuth oxychloride clearly show the particle size is between 200 to 500 nanometer. FSM images gives us information about the morphology of the prepared sample. BAT analysis. BAT analysis is very important analysis technique for the texture of the synthesis catalyst and gives us an idea for a specific surface area of the material or catalyst. The pore diameter were calculated by the BJH method, and the pore diameter of epidemic oxychloride is 3.62 nanometer, and the average sorry, and the average pore diameter of epidoped bismuth oxychloride is 2.473 nanometer. This is called N2 adsorption desorption isotherm BAT analysis. Next, FTIR analysis. FTIR analysis clearly show a sharp bend at 507 centimeter inverse, which can attribute to the bismuth and oxygen stretch vibration. FTIR analysis gives us information about the functional group. Next, EDX analysis. EDX analysis show the elemental composition in the present prepared photocatalyst, that is Fe, iron, bismuth, oxygen, and chloride. Conclusion. Uh, in this work, Fe bismuth oxychloride nanocomposite was successfully synthesized by precipitation method. We used mixed dye as a pollutant. Here mixed dye is Azure V and Victoria Blue, and Fe bismuth oxychloride as a photocatalyst under visible light. Here visible light is 9-watt white LED light. Fe bismuth oxychloride photocatalyst show promising photocatalytic activity in visible region. After 2 hours 30 minutes, suspension was decolorized. It can be observed that the degradation ratio is 89% of mixed dye reached. Under all the experimental conditions same, the study on the mechanism of the photocatalytic activity could create many more electrons and holes, and they can promote photocatalytic performance in the present of Fe-doped bismuth oxychloride and got the superior photocatalytic efficiency. And to study the various type of characterization of the photocatalyst via XRD, FSM, EDX, BAT analysis, and FTIR analysis. Thank you.
Miss Roshni,
Yes, ma'am.
you said you have doped the iron with BiOCl, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But in the conclusion, you have written they have been synthesized as nanocomposite, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is nanocomposite.
So, is there any difference between doped and composite?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, tell me.
Doped means, ma'am, impurity. Pure bismuth oxychloride is not efficient, is not doing efficient work. But Fe-doped bismuth oxychloride is excellent working. Nanocomposite, because at present time nano means between the 1 nanometer to here matlab, my photocatalyst 200 to 500 nanometer range FESM, uh, field emission electron microscopy. My photocatalyst range is 200 to 500 nanometer range. So Fe doped bismuth oxychloride is efficient work under white LED light.
Okay, so these and in elemental analysis, your graph shows that all the elements were nearly having same percentage, right?
No, ma'am, that is bismuth. Bismuth percentage is very high.
Okay, from your graph, can you show me the graph once again? Elemental analysis only.
EDX analysis.
Hmm.
Next.
Yes.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
In this, bismuth is having near about, you can see from this graph, it is near about almost the oxygen, the chlorine, the iron, the bismuth, they all are in 20 to 25.
Ma'am, this is graph, but I'm not able to show my data of EDX analysis.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have not mentioned any applications of this nanoparticles, right? So you must mention the application part also.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Next time. Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Roshni ma'am,
Ji,
thank
sir.
you.
Ji, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome. Now it's time to invite Mr. Ramblas the Reach. He's ready with his presentation. So I would take the pleasure to invite him. Mr. Ramblas, sir, can you hear me? Are you available?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You are most welcome right here. Good morning to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
And
sir.
Good
Thank
morning.
you.
request to share your presentation and start.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir.
Hello. Yes, sir. Your presentation is visual to us.
Ji, sir.
Ji, sir.
Please.
Hello, good morning,
Hello, good
everyone.
morning, everyone.
I am
I
Ramvilas
am Ram.
Darij, pursuing PhD
Person here.
from Bhagwan University under mentorship of Dr. Rajasthani ma'am. My topic is assessing heavy metal pollution level in the Borunga region, that is in Jodhpur, a case study. May I proceed?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. The permanence
The
and
permanent and
toxicity of heavy
proximity
metal
of heavy metal
contamination
contamination
present a
present a
substantial risk to the both the environment and human health. This paper conduct a study on the heavy metal pollution in the Borunga region near industrial area of Jodhpur district, Rajasthan. Introduction. The term soil health and soil quality refers to the condition of the soil's functional capacity within the ecosystem, as determined by its physical, chemical, and biological characteristics. Exceeding the threshold value of heavy metals can lead to the degradation of soil's inherent capacity to provide ecosystem services, perhaps resulting in irreparable damage. Research methodology. The main aim of this study is to evaluate the contamination of heavy metals in the soil sample collected from the industrial sector in Borunda region of Bhilwara Tehsil, located in the Jodhpur district of Rajasthan. The study area chosen was the Borunda region in the Bhilwara Tehsil. The soil sample was analyzed for heavy metal content using an atomic absorption spectrometer and ICP-MS. This is my study area near Jodhpur, Borunda region. Research findings. The study of soil sample gathered from the Borunda region of Jodhpur district has uncovered significant concentration of multiple hazardous heavy metals. The quantities of copper, nickel, lead, iron, cobalt, cadmium, zinc, manganese, and arsenic were measured to be 139.3 microgram per gram, 3.2 microgram per gram, 133.8 microgram per gram, 836.2 microgram per gram, 36.1 microgram per gram, 3.7 microgram per gram, 347.1 microgram per gram, 2264.9 microgram per gram, and 24 microgram per gram respectively. Here is the graphical representation of concentration of heavy metals. The most alarming element of this finding is the markedly increased concentration of lead and manganese in the soil sample. Lead, a widely recognized neurotoxic, presents significant health hazards, particularly for youngsters and pregnant women. Extended exposure to lead can lead children development delay, neurological harm, and other detrimental health consequences. In the same way, elevated level of manganese can result in neurological disease and other health complications. The level of additional toxic metals such as cadmium and arsenic also beyond the acceptable threshold, suggesting the presence of contamination problems in the Borna area. Exposure to cadmium is linked to renal impairment, respiratory ailment, and malignancies. Conclusion. The result emphasizes the immediate requirement for remedial actions and strict environmental management technique in the Borunda area to reduce the hazards linked to heavy metal contamination. To effectively address this environmental concern, it is crucial to identify and manage the origins of contamination, apply soil remediation methods, and advocate for sustainable agricultural practices. Furthermore, it is imperative to implement public awareness campaign and community engagement efforts in order to educate the local people about the health hazards linked to heavy metal exposure.
अरे स्पीकर जो है ना पहले उनको कॉल कर लो इसके बाद स्पीकर आ गए ना अंशुमन श्रीवास्तव
Mitigate environmental contamination.
ओ हाँ अंशुमन श्रीवास्तव ठीक
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Ramilas.
Hello.
I'm audible to you?
Yes. Yes,
Ramilas.
yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you that for these elemental analysis, these toxic element analysis, you have done only AS.
Atom,
Only
atomic spectrum.
AS?
Yeah.
Yes, only AS you have done?
ICPMS as well as.
Okay, so you haven't shown the results. And have you compared some other region from this region? Okay, I think he's not
think
listening.
he is unavailable right now. Ramlas has left right now. Thank you very much, ma'am. Uh, I would take the pleasure to welcome Professor Anshuman Srivastava, sir. He is present, I think. He is visible to us. Sir, very good morning to you. Srivastava, sir. Professor Anshuman Srivastava, sir. As I have been reported that you have joined us, you are most welcome for joining us.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
am I audible?
Yes, Ramblasi, you are audible. Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible. Professor Anshuman Srivastava, are you there?
Professor Srivastava, sir, are you available?
No, I think he's left. Now you just call
I think
the next
his connection, that's why he is not able to hear us.
Lenny speaker, but you can call the next speaker, participant.
So the next contestant, the next person who is going to present the ready is Swati Gaur. Sushil Kumar Singh is there.
No, no. You just call again. You Yudhishthir Sahu. He is ready, I think.
Yudhishthir sir. Yudhishthir Sahu ji, are you available? Mr. Yudhishthir Sahu, you are requested to respond.
No, sir. Move to the next.
He is not responding. Anamika Singh, Soumya Singh, Shadab Ahmed Khan, Sushil Kumar Singh, Ms. Swati Gaur, Dr. Dipya Sharma, Anup Kumar Pandey, Dr. Vivek Thakur, Meenakshi Chandra, Saifullah Esther J, Gaurang Sharma, Swaraj D.
Yes,
Dubey,
sir. I'm Gaurav
Gaurang,
Sharma.
Gaurang Ji.
Yes,
So, Gaurang, are you available and able to present your PPT right now with us?
yes, sir.
I will take the permission from Basla Madam as well. Should we start with him, ma'am? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can I start, sir?
Gaurang Sharma is there and he is ready with his presentation. I would take the permission from Basla Madam as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please, Gaurang sir, you can start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, my PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visual to us.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Uh, Good morning, all of you. My name is Gaurang Sharma, and I am doing a PhD in Department of Mathematics with Govind Guru University, Gujarat. My topic is delay differentiable model, that is DDE. Daily differential model on COVID-19 with single dose of vaccination strategy. This is the outline of my presentation. First one is general introduction. First of all, we know that COVID-19 is one of the biggest examples of the pandemic, where the first case of daily virus reported by Chinese authorities to the WHO found in one city, China. And after that, it has been spread all over the world. Second, my outline is Billy differential model for COVID-19, and last is vaccine sensitivity. This is the literature review. There are some mathematical model where delays in system are reported in the literature. A simple form of ordinary differentiable equation is x dash t is equal to f of t x t. And for delay differentiable equation is an ordinary differentiable equation in which the derivative depends on past value of the state. The simple form of delay differential equation is x dash t is equal to f of t x t minus tau.
Yes,
And
sir.
yes, sir.
अनुमान सर आ गए, अनुमान सर को कॉल कर लेना इसके बाद।
हेलो,
ठीक है, इंट्रोडक्शन देने के बाद स्पीकर है ना वो, वैसे में लगता है कि
हेलो सर,
पार्टिसिपेंट।
हेलो,
आपकी बात होगी ना?
आई एम ऑडिबल सर?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. And complicated form of delay differentiable model is x dash t is equal to f of t x t minus tau 1 dash dash x t minus tau n. The graphical abstract of my model is there are 7 compartments of the model. S for susceptible class, E for exposed, infected class, hospital class, quarantine class, recovered class, and vaccination.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would interrupt you for a while. Just please excuse me for interrupting, and I would like to request you for wait a few seconds only. Actually, our keynote speaker, renowned Professor Mr. Anshuman Srivastava sir is here with us. So I would take the pleasure to invite him and welcome him right now. Sir, Anshuman sir, are you there, sir? Anshuman sir?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to this session, sir.
Speaker for today's session with and he is present right now. So I request, and he is not visible to me. Whether he is able to hear me or not, I am not getting his voice.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. You are most welcome.
Yeah.
So, should I present my lecture
After this presentation.
Sir, for him, just let him finish. Gaurang
Okay, sure. Let him finish first. Let him finish first.
Invite. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, Gaurang sir, you are requested to continue with your presentation, and after that, I would request him.
Okay,
please, Gaurang, continue.
Okay. Using this graphical aspect, we develop the system of equation. The first equation, ds upon dt, that means the rate of change in susceptible class is this. Similarly, we can develop the system of equation of exposed class, infected class, hospital class, quarantine class, recovered, and vaccination class. There are initial condition of the equations. Further, we developed some standard theorem, likewise invariant region. The first theorem is the state is the dynamic model representing equation 1, which initial condition given by s naught greater than 0, E naught greater than or equal to 0, I naught greater than or equal to 0, H naught greater than or equal to 0, and so on, has positive solution of equation 1 for all t belongs to 0 to infinity when tau greater than 0. Boundedness of the model. This model has bounded solutions. The theorem shows that all solutions of the proposed dynamic model system 1 are bounded. This is free equilibrium. We found the this is free equilibrium point is x naught equal to a case of lambda upon b plus e 0 0 0 0 and uppercase of lambda into beta upon d into d.
इतना लेट,
हेलो
अरे पैसा नहीं निकल रहा था।
हेलो
हाँ,
Jaidev sir,
क्या है?
not muted, please. Yes, continue, Varang sir.
Okay. In epidemiology, the basic reproduction number or basic reproductive number denoted by R0 of an infection is the expected number of cases directly generated by one case in a population where all individuals are susceptible to infection. In short, R0 is the average number of people infected from one other person. For example, COVID-19 has an R0 of 2. So on average, a person who has COVID-19 will pass it on to other people. Okay. In commonly here R0 is equal to 0.1884, which is less than 1. In commonly used infection model, when R0 greater than 1, the infection will be able to start spreading in the population, but not if R0 less than 1. Generally, the larger value of R0, the harder it is to control the epidemic. This is the value of the parameter. Uppercase of lambda is equal to 0.09. The delta, the disease transmission rate, this value is 0.37666, and so on. Then numerical analysis. We assume that the tau is equal to time delay, and we assume that tau is equal to 120 days. Then we got R0 is equal to 0.1884, which is less than 1. And the equilibrium value is 0.1000 and 0.1250. The figure 2 displays the solution of the curve of the model where they tend to the pre-equilibrium points, which different initial history. Here we can observe that the susceptible individuals is decreasing with respect to time. Similarly, we can observe in exposed individuals is decreasing with respect to time. Similarly, here also we observe that the infection also decreasing with respect to the time, and hospitalized first increasing and then is decreasing manner. Quarantine is increasing, then decreasing. Recover is increasing when we increasing the vaccination and hospitalized and quarantine individuals. Further, we take tau is equal to 16, tau is equal to 19, and tau is equal to 120. We observe that susceptible is decreasing manner, exposed is decreasing manner, infected is in decreasing manner, hospitalized is increasing with respect to time, quarantine is increasing after decreasing, recover is increasing, and vaccination is also increasing. Here we can conclude that when we increase the vaccination, then recover is increasing and infection is decreasing. Here the effect of vaccination rate and vaccination inefficacy. Here we observe that eta is equal to vaccination rate and zeta is equal to vaccination inefficacy. Here we increase the vaccination rate and decrease the vaccination inefficacy. Then we observe that infected individuals are decreasing. Vaccination decreasing. Infected is decreasing. This is the sensitivity of the R0. the value of uppercase of lambda is equal to 1, delta is equal to 0.7 something. The sensitivity analysis, that means negative and negative indices. That means D has a negative indices. Phi has a negative indices. That means the negative indices means that the increase in the relevant parameter leads to the decrease in the disease reproduction number. Thus, intervention measures should target increasing the parameter with negative indices and decreasing those with the positive indices. Conclusion, SEIQ-HRV time delay model developed which contain an effective vaccination strategy, disease-free equilibrium and endemic equilibrium points are obtained and model asymptotically stable. R0 has been evaluated, sensitivity analysis has been performed, and the study addresses the boundedness and positivity of the solution as the time delay approach is 0. Want to plot for R0 with different parameters of different insight into the model. This is the equilibrium is stable when R0 less than 1, and this is the equilibrium is unstable when R0 greater than 1. In numerical solution, we have included MATLAB software to obtain the solution of the system of delay differential equation. Future strategy, modification of existing mathematical model, development of new mathematical model, exploring the influence of different SARS COVID-19 variants, time-dependent delay model, state-dependent delay model. This is the reference or reference of our model. And I am thankful to my college, Nevada, for providing the computer lab facility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Gaurang sir.
Any questions? Any questions, sir and madam?
The question, if he or she has it in their mind.
Yes.
Yes, Gaurang sir.
Yes.
What is the novelty of this work?
What, sir?
Novelty. Tell me about the novelty and comparison with the existing work, which already driven by the other authors.
Yes, sir. Amit Sharma, this is my guide, sir. Hello. We can modify the existing model and we can really.
This is the future strategy. I want to know the novelty in the present work, and this work is already driven by the other authors or other researchers. You are not mention any comparison with the authors, other researchers.
Yes, sir. We developed the mathematical model in a delay. We can add delay effect in susceptible classes and exposed classes.
Okay, I want to just a minute. I want to know that this model is applicable for the higher order.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Do you have any calculation or any idea of this?
No, sir. Right now, I am unable to explain to higher order, but I am working on this in future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, Gaurang. Now, time to introduce our plenary lecture keynote speaker, Professor Ansman sir. And before inviting for his lecture, I would introduce him. As we all know, as every year he is right here with us, and the way he contributes and encourages us, it's really very praiseworthy. Dr. Srivastava sir is not at all unknown to us, and he is Today, the title of talk, polymer, ceramic, dielectric composites for energy storage and conversion applications. This is the topic on which he is going to deliver his lecture. But before that, I would like to introduce him. At, he has acquired his PhD in material science from PHU Banarsi. He has worked as Joint Director, Research and Development, IIP Mumbai, Government of India. He is having long industrial and academic experience. Presently, he is working as Head and Dean R&D in Site Allahabad, India. He has published many research papers in journals like Composite Science and Technology, Journal of Power Source, Material Research Bulletin, Journal of Composites, and many others. He is member of advisory organizing and technical committee in many national and international conferences, and has successfully organized several international and national conferences, workshops, and FDP programs as well. He is member of editorial board and reviewer of various international national journals. He is lifetime member of various prestigious professional bodies like Electron Microscopy Society of India, International Association of Engineers, uh, IAENG Society of Industrial Engineering, IAENG Society of Mechanical Engineering, Material Research Society of India, Indian Society for Technical Education, Asian Polymer Association, Indian Society for Advancement in Material Processing of and Engineering, senior member Hong Kong Society of Mechanical Engineering. He has keen interest in research as well. His research work is focused on physical, dielectric, and mechanical properties of PVDF, CCTO, and modified CCTO composites. Synthesis of high dielectric ceramic, natural fiber, reinforced polymer composites, biocomposites, metal matrix composites, ceramic matrix composites. These are few information that I could have collected. Uh, so you can measure his depth, how deeply he is engrossed in the field of academics and dedicated his life to make the research in deep and to bring new insight of the subject for all of us. So I would take the pleasure from the uh, very deep core of my heart. I welcome him, and I would like to request you to put your hand together, welcoming him, and then to invite on the podium to deliver his lecture. Please welcome, sir.
Okay, good morning to all of you, and thank you so much for such a nice introduction. And I must congratulate the Singh Saab and the entire team for organizing such a wonderful conference. And I must say that in the past two conferences, I was a part of that conference, and very professionally in a very organized way, you people are organizing these events, and really it is a very wonderful platform for all of us. So the topic, let me come to the topic of my lecture. It's a polymer ceramic dielectric composite for energy storage and conversion application. As you all are aware that how the electronic instruments and electronic devices are miniaturizing day by day. You can see, if you take the example of mobile, that is very common to all of us. We have in the when in the starting it was of such a big size, and now you can see the how compact structure it is having, and how much features and so many advantages are have been added in that system, but the size didn't increase. Rather, it miniaturized with the time. So the miniaturization of electronics devices has become the prime objective of scientists and engineers working in this field. So basically, my topic is related to this theme only, that how we can reduce the size of the capacitor, because we have all seen the old type of capacitor, how big it used to be, but now you can replace that big capacitor with a very thin film type capacitor, like a paper of a paper size thickness. So this is the main this is the, that this is the novelty of my work, you can say. and my research is focused on this. So let me share with you some details of my research. It might be interesting to all of you. So, and but let me very briefly explain about the composite. We all know that it is a material system composed of two or more physically distinct phases, whose combination produces entirely different properties in comparison to its aggregate. A very common example of composite is the plyboard. You can see the windshield glass of your automobile tires, cemented carbides. Wood is a natural occurring composite. Our bone is a natural occurring composite. So from the day-to-day application to a very sophisticated applications, composites are being used in different types of application in and they are replacing almost all types of conventional material in every engineering and technological application. So why composite are important? Because composite can be a very strong and stiff, and yet it can be very light. So you can get a very high strength to weight ratio, which is not possible in the case of conventional material. Fatigue properties are very good if you compare it with the conventional metals. Toughness is good. Composite can be designed that do not corrode like steels, and the alteration of property is very easy in composite. You can design and develop composite as per your need and requirements. So this is the strength of composite, why composites have become so much popular in the recent times, and lot of research is being carried out in this area, not only in India, in almost all the part of the world. And it has application in mechanical, electrical, civil, electronics, biomedical application. It has a very vast field of application. So here today, but today I will focus on this specific topic only, that is polymer ceramic composite. So in spite of these advantage, it has some disadvantages too. That composite are mostly anisotropic in nature, but it can be designed in an isotropic way also. Many of the polymer based composites are susceptible to chemical attack. Some composite are generally expensive, that are used for sophisticated technology like aerospace, defense technology, biomedical application. Those are little bit expensive. Manufacturing methods for shipping composite material are often slow and costly. So let me come to this is my topic, that is polymer ceramic composite. As I have discussed, that the electronic industry is developing at a very fast pace. With this development, the miniaturization of devices has become the prime objective. So, in order to miniaturize the size of the electronic devices, we need to miniaturize the size of the components that are used in that system. Uh, and since it has so many components, capacitor forms the very important part of the electronic device. We all know. So, in order to reduce the size of the capacitor, we need to have a very high dielectric constant material. So, because a high dielectric constant material can store more electric energy than the one with the lower value. And we all know that the composite systems are often composed of active and passive component. Active is an component is an electronic component which supplies energy in the circuit, whereas passive component is a one which only receives energy, which it can either dissipate, absorb, and or store in that it in an electric field. Example is resistor, inductor, capacitor, transformer. Passive components are attracting lot of interest in these days. For example, the ratio of passive to active is in a mobile phone is over 20. So you can see that how much passive components are in demand. And the next generation technology demands the passive components, whether it is capacitor, resistor, or inductor, to be integrated as a film into the substrate rather than being mounted on the as a discrete component. Here you can see the image of the old times of IC circuit, in which you can see the different types of capacitor. You can see that the size was used to be very big in the old times. So the main purpose of the research is to replace these capacitor with a thin film type embedded thin film type embedded capacitor. So here I want to show you the market share of capacitor resistor inductor. You can see that the highest percentage of market is covered by the capacitor, that is around 69%. So you can see that how much capacitors are in demand. Capacitors have many applications like filtering, timing, alternating direct current conversion. And apart from the electronic industries, these high dielectric constant material are also used in many different applications like cable accessories, electromagnetic field, photovoltaic devices, smart skin, artificial muscles. It has high K materials have so many applications. Not only it is confined to capacitor application only. So it has so many different and varied application. So here I want to show the result of the research work that has been done in our research group. Uh, here we have here I want to show that the synthesis and characterization of high K material. The most promising material for this application was used to be a ferroelectric oxide like barium titanate, but there was a drawback with this material. Its dielectric constant showed temperature dependence, which is not a desirable characteristic for electronic application. So search for high dielectric constant material was motivated by the special properties, which is that its dielectric constant should be independent of temperature and frequency. So after a lot of research carried by the people, it was found that perovskite structure material shows almost independent dielectric constant. So calcium copper titanate family compounds were well known for this characteristic. So here it was found that calcium copper titanate can replace the barium titanate for such application. Most of the ceramic, but in case of ceramics, you know that ceramics are brittle in nature. So most of the ceramic have high stiffness, excellent thermal stability, high dielectric, but their brittleness and high density and challenging processing condition creates an obstacle in its way to application. So if we talk about polymers have very good processing, good flexibility, easy processing, low cost. But the drawback is their dielectric permittivity is a very low, that is around 2 to 5 to 6 range, which is a negative point in its application. So, and if we talk about the integration of capacitor, so it requires adhesive properties which polymers have but ceramic lacks. So polymer matrix composite got a lot of attention because of their mechanical flexibility and tunable properties. So thus the key issue was to is substantially enhance the dielectric permittivity of polymer while retaining its mechanical properties. Day by day, new strategies were adopted. So, in for the development of polymer-based composite, metals were dispersed in the matrix, ceramic were dispersed, carbon-based materials were dispersed, conducting polymers were dispersed. But in case of metals, conducting based material, carbon based materials, conducting polymers, there was a drawback that though they exhibit a high dielectric permittivity, but at the level of percolation threshold only, slight deviation in the percolation results in the dramatic fall in the value of dielectric constant. So this was a major drawback associated with the metals and the carbon based and the conducting polymer. So ceramic became the first choice of the researchers. So if we talk about the ceramic pillar, they have high dielectric permittivity, low loss, good adhesive properties, easy fabrication. So here, if we talk about different types of polymers, thermoplastic, thermoset, elastomers are all good candidates, but the drawback is their low dielectric value. Among all the polymers, PVDF is widely used as a matrix material. Polyvinyl diene fluoride, PVDF is a semi-crystalline thermoplastic having remarkable thermal stability, high melting temperature, good chemical resistance, and unique piezoelectric and pyroelectric characteristics. PVDF and PVDF copolymer show widespread of technological application in the field of transducer, resistor, capacitor, pipes for caustic chemicals. So here you can say that PVDF is the most favorable material for these applications. So from the literature review, it was found that a lot of work has been done in barium titanate, and the drawback of the barium titanate impedes its use as a as a filler in the PVDF matrix or any polymer matrix because of the its temperature and frequency dependent dielectric constant. And the other drawback was that if you increase the content of barium titanate to a very high extent, then only you can get a very good value of dielectric constant in that composite around 50. And with increase in the value of ceramic in the polymer, it becomes slightly brittle in nature. It becomes hydrophilic in nature. Lacks adhesive properties. So instead of barium titanate, calcium copper, we use calcium copper titanate for the dispersion purpose. Uh, uh, Here you can see that how the ceramic was synthesized. For the synthesis of ceramic, solid state method was adopted, and for composite, extrusion method was adopted. So these are the few characterizations that had been done for the composite films, like X-ray, SEM scanning, electron microscopy, thermogrametric analysis, for to study the resistance of these composite to aqueous medium. Contact angle measurement was done to study the nature, whether it is hydrophilic in nature or hydrophobic, what effect ceramic is producing in the film. So contact angle measurement was done for that purpose. Tensile test was done to study the mechanical behavior, and dielectric measurements were performed on the high performance analyzer ZG4 setup from the room temperature to 120 degrees centigrade. And the temperature dependent dielectric relaxation has also been explained using a Haveling-Nigami function using Kinbit software. So calcium copper titanate was synthesized using the taking the raw materials in the stoichiometric amount, and these were grounded for 12 hours and then calcined at 1000 degrees centigrade for 12 hours with intermittent grinding. And the formation of the single phase solution, solid solution, was confirmed by X-ray diffraction pattern. After the completion of calcination, it was pellets were prepared, and then these pellets were sintered at 1000 for 6 degrees centigrade for 6 hours, and sintered pellets was again grounded to make fine powder for the dispersion in the for the dispersion purpose in the PVDF matrix. Composite were prepared by the extrusion process using thin screw extruder. Mixing was done at 200 degrees centigrade for 15 minutes under 70 rpm, and the films were of these composites were made by compression molding method. Here you can see the results of these composites. Here you can see that CCTO, in case of calcium copper titanate, that is CCTO, all the peaks were matched indexed with the JCPDS file. So you can say that successful synthesis of ceramic has taken place. There is no secondary peak of any constituent is present in the calcium copper titanate. So it indicates that the successful formation of ceramic, that is CCTO, has taken place. And in case of PVDF, it exists in the alpha phase only. It is semi-crystalline in nature, which is evident from the XRD figure. And with the dispersion of ceramic, you can see that how the ceramic piece are present in the composite. With the increment in the ceramic percentage, you can see that at 50 weight percent of CCTO, the 2 to 0 peak is dominating, and the ceramic peaks are dominating, whereas the PVDF peaks are diminishing. This is because of the dominance of the ceramic peaks at a higher content of loading, because and PVDF is a because PVDF is a semi-crystalline, it is a CCTO is a crystalline material. Here you can see the scanning electron microscope images of PVDF of at different weight percent of loaded composite. Here you can say that the PVDF exists in a spherulitic morphology, whereas the composite are exist in a globular morphology because of the spherical particle of the ceramic have been dispersed in the PVDF matrix. So the spherulitic morphology is getting severely affected by the ceramic particle, and from the same images you can conclude that almost a homogeneous dispersion has taken place with a little trace of agglomeration at a very higher content of loading, that is at 50 CCTO. So from the XRD, you can conclude that successful formation of CCTO and PVDF has taken place. From the same, you can conclude that the homogeneous dispersion of ceramic has taken place, because these two are very important physical characterization tool. Because if the successful formation does not take place, then you can't get the desirable properties. If secondary peaks are present in the XRD, it means that it didn't did not prepare by this method successfully. So you cannot get the desired result and desired characteristic. And if homogeneous dispersion does not take place, then you will that component will definitely fail at some extent of tensile loading or any kind of testing, because the homogeneous dispersion results in the better property of the component. So in case of composite, when the particles are dispersed, we must ensure that the dispersion is of homogeneous nature. Here you can see the TGA, thermogrammetric analysis. There that how much thermal stability polymer and composites are showing. In case of composite, you can see that the PVDF is stable up to 400 degrees centigrade only, and complete degradation takes place up to 500. With the dispersion of CCTO, this degradation temperature shifts to higher temperature, that is 442 for 10 CCTO and 464 for 50 CCTO. So you can conclude that much thermal it has become more thermally stable with the ceramic dispersion. And it is quite obvious also, because ceramics are highly thermal stable material. It has very good thermal stability. So this is also a desired characteristic for electronics application. So CCTO improves the thermal stability of the composite. Contact angle measurement, you can see that for PVDF the value was 72 degrees centigrade. With the ceramic dispersion, it is decreasing. For 50 CCTO, it is 69 degree. So you can see that how ceramic dispersion is making the composite hydrophilic in nature. But if you compare it with the 72 degrees centigrade with 69 degrees centigrade, this difference is not very high. So you can say that at such a high loading of ceramic, it is still not so it is still not very hydrophilic in nature, because hydrophilicity is not desired characteristic for electronic application, because moisture affects drastically in the electronics devices. So just to make it a moisture resistant, it must be a hydrophobic in nature. If you see the mechanical properties, you can see that the considerable increase has taken place in the value of Young's modulus. In case of pure PVDF, the value of Young modulus was 750, which increased to 960 megapascal for 50 CCTO composite. This increase can be attributed to the filler content. Because filler content is ceramic, which is increasing the resistance to the free movement of polymeric chain. So it is making the ceramic composite more resistant towards the externally applied load. If we talk about dielectric properties, you can see that the value of dielectric permittivity for CCTO was 3100, which is quite high value, and it increased to 9400 at 120 degrees centigrade. Loss was 0.9, which increased to 7.1. With the temperature, the dielectric constant as well as dielectric loss both increases in so here you can see the result in case of composites. For the PVDF, the dielectric constant was around 5.2, which increased to 54. So in case of 50 CCTO, so you can see that much increase has taken place in the value of dielectric constant for the composite at 58% loading, and this further increases with the temperature. And it is here important to note, you can see that it is quite visible from the graph that dielectric constant is does not change much over the frequency range from 100 hertz to 1 megahertz. So this is a very desired characteristic for from the electronics point of view. Here you can see the 10 delta graph, that is the loss. For PVDF it was 0.08, which is very low. With the ceramic loading it increased to 0.25. In case of PVD-CCTO composite, one relaxation, this lump type structure, you can see one relaxation is taking place at low frequency range while other at the intermediate frequency range. Low frequency relaxation is a MW polarization, Maxwell-Wagner polarization, while other is the can be attributed to the molecular motion of polymeric chain in the crystalline region of PVDF. Maxwell-Wagner types relaxation is always present in the heterogeneous composite like heterogeneous material like composite, because composites are heterogeneous in nature. Here you can see the plots of m prime versus log f. Here you can see that m value is increasing m value is decreasing with the ceramic content, ceramic loading. It was highest for PVDF and lowest for 50 CCTO, and it is a inverse of epsilon prime, because in case of epsilon prime, that is dielectric constant, was highest for 50 CCTO. So here it is inverse of m is inverse of epsilon prime, so it is the lowest for 50 CCTO. As the filler content increases in the PVDF, M value decreases. One relaxation occurring at 100 Hz is alpha C relaxation associated with the molecular motion change in the crystalline region of PVDF, while other is MWS, Maxwell-Wagner-Siller type. Maxwell-Wagner-Siller polarization is always present in the multi-phase system like composite, that is a heterogeneous system with different conductivities and electrical heterogeneities. So height of the peak decreases with the CCTO dispersion. This shows that the dielectric constant as well as dielectric loss increases with the increasing concentration of CCTO. Here some mod fitting was done, and it was found that in our case the experimental values obtained are closest to the predicted values in case of effective medium theory, and the shape parameter n has been found to be a 0.089, which show that the particles are almost spherical in nature. Here HN function graphs have been shown. Here you can see that in case of PVDF, it is D by type relaxation for beta is equal to 1. Stress relaxation has been observed over the wide frequency range in case of composite, suggesting asymmetric nature of the relaxation. That was has been also shown in the previous slide because of the heterogeneous nature of the composite. For composite, the relaxation time calculated from HN fit decreases with the increase in the temperature. So we can conclude that the ceramic was successfully synthesized using a solid state conventional technique. Composite were prepared by the extrusion method successfully. XRD studies indicate no structural change in the polymer and ceramic. Some images shows the homogeneous dispersion of the CCTU and PVDF. Contact angle measurement shows the hydrophobicity of the composite slightly decreases in the concentration range studied. Addition of CCTU improves thermal stability of the composite. Young's modulus increases with the increasing content of ceramic composite. With the addition of CCTU, there is a substantial increase in the dielectric permittivity of the PVDF. As the filler content increases, the PVDF matrix M value decreases, which is inverse of epsilon prime. Two relaxation has been observed in the composite. One is Maxwell-Wagner-Siller MWS type, other is the other in the intermediate range, which is alpha C relaxation associated with the molecular motion of the polymeric chains in the crystalline regions. The temperature dependent dielectric relaxation has been worked out in detail using HN function. D by type relaxation was observed in PVDF, while stress relaxation was observed in the composite, which is due to the heterogeneous nature of composite material. It is expected that these results, that the result of the present work can be helpful in developing a high K polymer composite films for embedded capacitor application, embedded in the circuit. So these are some references, and this work has been published in the Journal of Composite Science and Technology and Material Research Bulletin. So these are some list of my publication. Thank you. If there is any query or
Thank you.
question,
Thank you,
please ask.
Dr. Thank you, Dr. Ankuman. It was a really very good presentation, and you have researched very well. I could commend you on it.
If there is any question, please ask.
Presentation was quite very clear, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you so much.
Was very finely presented, sir. Thanks very much for being with us and giving the deep insight of the subject. I've been informed that Dr. Naveen Oja sir is right here, so I would welcome him as well. Now, few more professionals are right here. They have to present their presentation. Request them to be ready with their presentation. I'm just going to call their name. If they are, raise the hand and be ready. Mr. Sahu, still you are.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, am I audible now? Sir, am I audible now?
You are audible,
Yes, to us. You are audible to us. And are you ready?
Thank God, sir. Thank you for your patience. Actually, yesterday night it was raining heavily here, and network glitches. Yes.
Technology saves and kills both. Sometimes it kills, sometimes it saves. But this time, ultimately, you got success. And I hope you will be comfortable now.
Thank you, sir.
That's very fine.
Now, sir, I am comfortable.
Yes, very
Thank
fine.
you, sir.
So I would request you to start your presentation so that we can complete in time. Please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir, my topic for presentation is effective strategies for teaching English in rural pockets. As I am a research scholar of education from Nirvana University, Jaipur, I have tried to collect some information and principles of teaching English. Sir, I belong to Odisha. And now the summer vacation is going on. All the schools, secondary schools and higher secondary schools are closed now. And I contacted personally and over telephone also to the teachers of English. From generally, I have taken government schools, which are situated in rural pockets. And from a few journals, I have tried to make this presentation. What are the effective ways for teaching methods of English? How a teacher of English can teach effectively in rural pockets in classroom situations. As English is as English is an international language, and we cannot ignore the importance of English nowadays. The command over the language makes any person from any field an influential person. The objective of the study will be here today. We will discuss various methods and techniques used by language teachers to teach English, and to discuss various approaches to learning English. Likewise, sir, going to the first method, I'm just discussing every method briefly, sir. Number one is mixed method. Mixed method means it is a method in which any method is included. That means when a teacher is teaching, generally this method can be adopted in secondary and higher secondary schools, may be implemented in elementary schools. In this method, a teacher use every method in this method. He can use the lecturer's methods like explaining, demonstrating, learning by teaching means doing various activities while teaching the vocabulary in a classroom. This method doesn't emphasis on any specific method, as it is called mixed method. Number two is the grammar translation method. Grammar translation method is a classical method, and it was very common in case of second language learning. Generally, the state government schools, sir.
Your slide, your slide.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Sir. Sir, number two is the grammar translation method. It was a classical method, and it was very famous after the post-independence era of India. Everywhere in every state, this method was used by the language teachers. That means that this method advocates that reading the paragraph and change the paragraph into the local language. That is, the grammar of the entire process will be taught in translation of the local language. Translation method is the easiest way of explaining meanings. Students will not have most difficulty in responding to questions, but the lacuna of this, the drawbacks of this method is it doesn't emphasize on the communicative approach of learners. By this method, we may be able to enable the students to understand the concept of the topic, but by this method, we cannot develop the communicative approach among the students. Then number 5 is direct method of teaching English. This method was very famous, but nowadays this method is not used. But it is very useful for rural pockets. In this method, the teacher teaches the subject directly, and in this method, the teacher can emphasize on the communicative approach among the students. He can teach. He can read a paragraph directly. He is not allowed. The teacher generally is not allowed to speak mother tongue in this method, and he used English as English is our target language. Here there are so many points. The sentences can be learned in English language. The students are involved in English language. They also speak English among peer groups. More stress is given to listening and speaking. As we know, sir, the 4 basic skills of language are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The teacher, in this method, the teacher puts more emphasis on listening and speaking rather than reading and writing. Number 4 is structural approach. As we know, sir, structure means every English sentence is made by some structure. And when the teacher is teaching, he puts more emphasis on the structure of the sentence. He teaches the sentence, he teaches the paragraph, he develops the communicative skills among the students, as well as how the structure is made, how every sentence is made of a certain kind of structure, grammar, vocabulary. Sentences and structure are more important, useful for lower classes, means till 8-9 classes this is useful. Emphasis on speech, ample practice, stress habit information, learner active participant here in structural, because from the paragraph we have to grab the structures. Drill and repetitions are important. Teacher fourfold skill. Fourfold means by this method we can emphasize on LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Next, going to number 5 is bilingual method. Sir, bilingual method is related to translation method, but there is a little difference. In translation method, the teacher translates the paragraph into the mother tongue, but in bilingual method, the teacher can use any 2 languages. Like the teacher translate the paragraph for example, if the teacher is teaching in West Bengal, the Bengali students, he can translate the paragraph into Bengali, so that the student can understand the paragraph or the concept clearly, and he will be able to perform well for the exam, but not for the communicative view of English. Then number 6 is audiolingual method. This is the image of audiolingual method. How a person is speaking something, and another person is learning by repeating the audio sound of the teacher or the person. Audiolingual method is very useful for lower level generally. The teacher speaks before, for example, a dialogue. The teacher performs a dialogue, good morning, and then the student imitate him or her. So the audiolingual method, here there are points. It is very authentic method to develop communicative skill among junior level students. It is very important to develop speaking skill in rural areas by prompting the language. Sir, I have, as I told you, I have taken government rural schools of Odisha especially. As a resource person, this is the vacation time, so I try to take this concept, and the rural students are weak for nowadays. By this method, the junior level students can grab the concept very easily. It is clear that the dialogue and correct pronunciation develop their speaking skill. Dialogues with proper pause, phrases, and intonation make the classroom meaningful. This is a very authentic method, audiolingual method, as I told. During speaking, the teacher uses proper grammar and structure. It is very helpful to learn English as a second language. The teacher will be like a orchestra leader. It doesn't emphasize memorization. It is a very natural way to develop the communicative among the learners. Then, sir, there is a very unique method I have taken, the silent way. Sir, what is silent way? A teacher enters the class. For example, I'm telling because in Odisha nowadays also there are lack of teaching learning materials. So the teacher enters the class and draw the picture of an apple without speaking anything, just wishing them a good morning. Suddenly he draws the picture of an apple, another picture of Indian national flag, for example. And what is happening? And the teacher directs the students, yes, try to discuss with your peer and tell the whole class about an apple or about the national flag. There will be, I think, there will be a few students who can. They are given time for 5 to 10 minutes to think about the picture silently, and after that, the student they will be energized. They will be encouraged. After that, so there will be a few students who can describe about nationalism, about national flag, about our freedom fighters. Like this, we can develop the communicative approach among the students of secondary level. Then suggestipedia, sir, this method is not a very olden method. In recent times, this method has become popular among the CBSE students, especially in CBSE schools. So what is there? The teachers are the suggestipedia. They suggest. They do not use any method. They only suggest how to learn a language. For example, to learn about a balloon, how to learn, they will suggest the ways. It is a very instant method. The teacher uses her or his technique to develop the ability or skills among the students. Total critical response TPR. Sir, we all have watched on using the gestures and postures of her body. She became famous in entire India, also in the world, because the junior level students they respond more the physical comical things. So for example, if a teacher is teaching a rhyme, he or she, whatever, he should use the physical ways, like by his physique, the massively. The teacher should be a very active member in the class. The teacher should be as a student. The teacher should behave as a student. So total physical method of the language teachers, for especially for the standard 1 to 3 students, this method is it is a very effective method. If there would be any language teachers are here, they should know my concept, and I hope they will use this method effectively in their classrooms. Then the communicative approach, this method I discussed with higher secondary school teachers. This method is a very famous level of higher secondary, means 11 and 12. They use this method to teach. That means the teacher should create a situation for communicative language. The students should be able to understand the teacher's words. He emphasizes all the 4 basic skills here: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Mother tongue is not used in the entire process. In the communicative approach is very important, sir. Then errors are, as we know, errors will be there, but we must not put emphasis on errors of speaking, especially in rural pockets. If we put emphasis on errors, they will fear to speak English, so that we cannot develop we cannot get our goal in rural areas. Fluency is more important than accuracy. It is the integrated method of all methods like play, activity method, phone learning, etc. Then activity-based teaching method. This method is also different. These last 2 methods are I have taken, the communicative approach and activity-based teaching methods. Activity-based teaching method means it is based on M.K. Gandhi's concept, learning by doing. For example, we are teaching the students any word like rivalry. The teacher should give the students a topic, a concept. By doing some activities, the student will learn. That is why in CBSE and ICSE, also in Odia medium schools, I'm staying in Odisha now, sir. So in Odia medium schools, they are using placards, they are using leaflets, they are using question banks. The teacher is preparing question banks. The student will learn a word by doing some activity. This is the sole concept of this method. Sir, I have discussed the effective methods of teaching English briefly. And sir, my conclusion after a lot of discussion and from different journals, actually, nowadays, the educators, the intellectual, they are putting emphasis on communicative approach more. But after my study, I think there is no method which is constant. The physical response is good. Even if, sir, I have written here, the translation method is very effective for rural areas, they told me. Translation is very important because, for example, in Odisha, Board of Secondary Education is here. Yeah. So, if one teacher told me, sir, if we don't translate the passage in Odia, then the students cannot pass the examination at all. Because we have to also make qualitative and quantitative approach within our teaching learning environment. So translation, we cannot ignore translation method also. Maybe translation method doesn't put emphasis on communicative approach, but when after 10th, if someone passes 10th or metric exam, then after +2 and +3 and PG, the Odia medium learning students can speak English very fluently. They can be very effective. They can be good administrators in the world. Even if we have found that the Hindi medium students, they have become effective IAS, OS, or any level of government jobs. Thank you, sir. I have made a fresh inquiry about my study as a amateur person. I'm just research scholar in the field. Very recently, I'm just in my 3rd year. I have not completed. Sir, I have tried to do. Thank you, sir. Pronouns.
Thank you, Sahuji, for giving the nice presentation. And I would request the man of language, the expert of literature, Dr. Pushparaj sir, to ask any question to Mr. Sahu if he has any in mind. Pushparaj sir is there. Dr. Pusprasar is there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. He is there.
I think
there is no.
Yeah, Pusprasar has left or still he is there?
He still is there.
Oh, sir. Pusprasar, you are requested to ask the question because this topic, this title belongs to your arena. So I would request you to ask if you have anything in mind.
No. No.
Sir, if anybody if wants that can ask me questions so that I can learn. I can learn from you if you have any doubt on any topic.
So nobody is there to ask any question. So thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir, for giving the nice presentation, and I appreciate your confidence. The way you struggling in the morning and still you are confident to present your presentation was really very praiseworthy and appreciable. So I appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Sir, I will be indebted to you because you waited for me a lot, and finally you gave me a chance, gave me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
This platform is to motivate the people, young aspirant like you. So why wouldn't we wait for you? Okay. So we are still here, and we are here always for your help and support. So don't bother about that at all. Thanks, and hope to meet you soon with new presentation with more confidence. Okay, thank you, Tauji. So now the another presenter is here ready among us is Zafilda Esther Zay. If can hear me, I would
Sir,
request.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Miss. I can hear you, Miss. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
I would request you to start your presentation. So here is with us Zafilda Esther Zay. She is going to present again on her presentation Humanistic Analysis of Climatic Change in Judith Wright's poem Sanctuary. I think she also belongs to literature, and it would be my pleasure to hear her. Yes, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you please let me know that my screen is shared or not?
Yeah, no, not now. Now, please.
Is my screen visible?
No. Yeah, it's sharing. It's sharing. Yes, it is visible now. Your mobile screen. Yes, your presentation is right here.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon all, and I'm here connected to present on the topic Humanistic Analysis of Climatic Change in Judith Wright's poem Sanctuary. It is one of the new emerging trends, climate change, which leads to the thought of sustainable goals on the futuristic point of view. As per the quotes, forests are. I hope the slide is changing.
It will be changed from your end, ma'am.
Yes. Can you see my slides? Excuse me, sir. Can you see the slide too?
No.
Pritam sir, can you help her?
No, there is no screen.
Screen sharing has been stopped.
Has been stopped. 1 minute.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's available now. You can start.
I hope you all can see my screen.
Yeah.
As per the quotes, forests create climate. Climate influences people's character and so on and so forth. This is by Anton Chekhov, who is a famous writer. So according to the Climate change. Climate change is nothing but it refers to a long-term shifts in the temperature and weather patterns. Human activities have been the main driver of climatic change since 1880s, where the USA quotes, it is primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. This paper analyzes the effect of climate change through the lens of humanistic geography as it reflects deep personal connection to the landscape and an emotional response to environmental change. According to the documented informations, it is found that there is an interlinkage between deforestation and climate change effectively, which is obscure to the world. It is crystal clear that in the 21st century, climate change is one of the greatest threats to the modern generations, which may lead to drought and sufferings of the future generations. Pandey et al. Mentions that deforestation can sustainably alter climate variability and generate warmer future climate projections with greater probabilities of drought and fire. It also has local climatic impacts because trees release moisture that cools the air around, but contradictory due to the deforestation, large amount of intense heat waves are diffused. The perspective of this paper is that it is studied and seen through the lens of eco-critical studies. As per the Oxford, eco-criticism is a broad way for literary and cultural scholars to investigate the global ecological crisis through the intersection of literature, culture, and the physical environment. It is the eco-criticism is also the interdisciplinary study of the connections between literature and the environment. It also has the contributions from natural scientists, writers, literary critics, anthropologists, and historians, etc., to portray the relationship between nature and culture. So, inculcating the reader response theory to the work in a work that have been used for the study. This theory is the relationship between the reading situation, readers, and the text, which substantiates the idea of the engagement of the reader to the text through the circumstances, analyzing that what is being connected. This theory, which gained prominence in the 1960s, focuses on the audience of the reader reaction to the particular text, perhaps more than the text itself. So this reader response criticism can be connected to post-structuralism's emphasis on the role of the reader in actively constructing texts rather than passively consuming them. Reader response criticism argues that the text is a bit like how it is portrayed by the reader and the experience of the readers. In order to study the relationship of the work, humanistic geographic approach is also being applied to express the emotional connection of the work to the environment. This approach is the study of space from the humanistic perspective, is thus the study of a people's spatial feelings and ideas in the stream of experience. It also concentrates on the subject, experience, fantasy, and taste influence the character of place.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. Your slide is not moving.
Now, sir?
Yeah, still you are here.
Where?
On the slide, you are describing the similar slide.
No, I'm in the slide number 4.
Okay, and it is 2 that is visible to us.
Let me stop sharing and then reconnect, sir.
Move the slide. Yes.
I hope it is visible now.
Yeah, it's visible.
The study of the writer is Judith Wright, who is a famous Australian writer who has been the mediator in vividly portraying nature's destruction through her poems. She has also campaigned against the destruction of ecological balance. She was nominated for the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1967. She was an environmentalist and an Aboriginal writer. she like vividly portrays the relationship between the nature and culture to the environment. So the poem Sanctuary, this poem, the road beneath the giant original trees, sweeps on and cannot wait, varnished by dew. Its darkness mimics mirrors and is bright. Behind the panic eyes, the driver sees caught in headlights. Behind the wheels, the night takes over. Only the road ahead is true. It knows where it is going, we go to. So the interpretation of this poem, the first para is that that the sanctuary is metaphorically considered as the safe place. That is the connotation of the safe place sanctuary, which is now being in the position of destruction. There is no long road in the poem. There is a long road in the poem which manifests the development of the world. The long road is narrow and dark because it says that there is a modernization towards the end. The long road. Those tall trees might have strong history to tell, but the road that is leaping before the wheel is the path of development and transition to the modern world. Sanctuary, the sign said, said sanctuary, trees, not houses, flat skins pinned to the road of possum and native cat. And here the old tree stood for many thousand years. That old gnome tree, some axe nearby cut down. Sanctuary, it said. But only the road has meaning here. It leads into the world cities like a long fuse laid. Fuse nerves strand of a net tense, bearer of messages snap tight. So the one you in the tree connotates that the change may not last longer for the sustainability. The driver's eye is full of fear because of the destruction that is going to happen. And he is finding a safe place to take shelter. They say that there is a board that is being pinned, say, connotating that sanctuary, which is a safe place. But now the same sanctuary is being cut by a boy for some other purposes. So this also says that there are trees, but not houses. There are little creatures in it, but not a complete transition. This trees, which is narrating a historical evidence, is now being stopped for some other reasons, that is maybe for the development. So the final para, dangerous knife edge laid across the dark, which what has the sign to do with the immense tower of the antique forest and cliff the rock, where years accumulate like leaves, the trees where transient birds and mindless insects sing. The void that the board holds up his sanctuary, and the road knows that the notice boards make sense, but has no time to pray. Only up there, morning sets down upon the power line, swung on that fatal voltage like unmeaning love. Perhaps they are a prayer. So the board that has some sense, the board which has been painted on the wall has some sense. The road also has some sense, but the trees do not has any sense, which connotates that the sanctuary is now being a no safe place for shelter. The road only has meaning, but not even a sanctuary has any meaning to it. So this feels like a life-threatening warning for sustainability. Those birds, which was living happily in the tree, is now singing, sitting on the voltage wires. This literally means that the song of the birds might be the prayer to save the world or save the sanctuary, which is a safe place. There is a drastic change in modernization, but there is no a safe place to be sheltered. There is an interconnection between trees and humans. The cut down trees were once the lifesaver of the humans is now being destroyed vulnerably. In literal world, a safe place sanctuary means sustainability to lead a life on this earth. It is possible to lead a sustainable and non-destructive life by planting a tree instead of chopping it. As a conclusion, reforestation can be implemented to attain sustainable development goals. Reforestation is nothing but a conversion of previously forested land back to forest. Reforestation is an essential part of the ecological restoration of wild forests and is also used for used for more heavily managed lands such those used for paper productions or timber, etc. The emotional response from the poem is the prayer sang by the birds in the deathbed of them. The trees, which was a safe place once, is no longer a safe place for itself as well as to the environment. The trees that have been cut down would have protected the effect of climate being changed into a hot ball of fire. But now, those chopped woods cannot withhold or endure the hot waves to reproduce cool air. Instead of chopping the sanctuary, let's rebuild the safe place as a thick forest to have sustainability for future days. Then the safe place and the interconnected life will be back in the environment. Therefore, the sustainable life will be the eaten off garden in the planet. Combining natural regeneration with thoughtful afforestation and reforestation is an important option for combating climatic change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Pushparaj is requested to ask the question if he is available now. Anyone else who is willing to ask the question? Dr. Pushparaj is here. I hope he will be hearing me. So I would like to request him to ask the question.
Yeah, I have no such questions for this presentation, sir.
Should we continue with the another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Swaraj.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Next call is Swaraj ji.
Next is Swaraj D. Lewis.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Swaraj, yes, you are audible to us. Are you ready with
Share my presentation. Yes, yes, I am ready.
Please share your slide.
Is my slide visible, sir?
Visible to us.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My present title: Experimental and Numerical Simulation Study of Paraffin Wax Asian Metal. This is a B student project. I'm a guide on it. I'm assistant professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, St. Joseph Engineering College, Karnataka. Yeah, first of all, introduction. What is phase change metal? Phase change metal is a thermal energy storage system, and it is having a property where it can extract heat from the outside or surrounding body and change its form from one state.
I think
Voice
the is stuck.
sinking. Swaraj, your voice is sinking, please. Mr. Swaraj.
Let's skip to the next participant because I think there's a technical glitch in his.
Yes, I think he has lost connection, so unable to present his presentation. The next one is Divya Sharma is ready with her presentation.
Yeah, Divya, kindly present.
Divya, are you there? Divya Sharma ji is there. The next Segufa Rahman. The next one is Segufa Rahman. Are you able to present?
Yes, sir.
Will you start sharing your presentation if you are ready with it?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please. You are most welcome. I request you to share your screen. Start your presentation, please. It's visual to us. Fine.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Myself, Sakfa Rahman.
from IIT ISM Dhanbad under supervision of Dr. Swapande. Today I am going to present my topic is white light emission triphenylamine based triazole derivatives with fluorescence switching response towards volatile acids. And the topic that so my presentation is visible.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's visible.
Topic that I will discuss is what is the importance of volatile acid discussion, TPA-based acid sensitive and white light emitting compound, what are the experimental sections, single crystal XRD, UV visible PL, white light. These are the topic that I am going to discuss. First is the overview. What means we have synthesized two TPA based, that is triphenylamine based triazole molecule TTA and BTA. Then triphenyl triazole derivative exhibits fluorescence exhibit high fluorescence intensity in solution as well as solid state. TTA demonstrate aggregation induced enhanced emission effect in water acetonitrile mixture. TTA and BTA are acid sensitive because nitrogen on triazole protonates quickly. Protonations of triazole moiety produces a red shift band in absorptions and emission spectra. After being protonated, the fluorescence becomes cyan but was restored to blue by additions of TEA. TTA and BTA produce white light with high CRI in solid and polymer composite thin film, which can be easily incorporated in white light emitting diode due to multiple emissions. Now, why volatile acid detection is important? Because we know that volatile acids are colorless, which are poisonous and corrosive in nature, and these are used in organic chemistry, especially in synthesis. Then, when it is absorbed in the body or inhaled, it can change the biological peptide synthetic system. So, fluoride sensors are superior in detecting this. Which are because of their ease use, excellent selectivity and sensitivity to a specific volatile acid. And these volatile acids cause severe effect in environment as well as health risks when inhaled. A human cannot detect small amount of volatile acid. So efficient sensing technologies for volatile acids are required for industrial safety, homeland security, environmental surveillance, and medical diagnosis. Now, these are few TPA-based sensitive white light emitting compound which has been synthesized earlier. But in this, most of the reported work demonstrate trifluoroacetic acid sensitivity in solutions and vapor state. And the compound that we have synthesized, we will detect sensitivity in solid, PDMS film, as well as liquid and vapor state. And this is the synthetic procedure of TTA and BTA. First, TAZ was synthesized from TA. We took in a 10 ml RB, TA was taken. Then it was cooled to 0 degrees centigrade. TFA, 1 ml of TFA was added. Then aqueous solutions of sodium nitrate was added and rotated for 5 to 10 minutes. Then again aqueous solutions of sodium azide was added. Then after 1 hour, without any further purification, just we have done workup, separated the organic layer and washed with brine. Then without any further column, we just repeated this reaction for preparations of TTA instantly by using simple click chemistry. We have detected the compound using X-ray crystallography, which crystal system is monoclinic, space group is CT by 1 and Z is 1. Now here we will discuss the photophysical properties of TTA and BTA that we acquired in different solvent to explore the solvochromatic property. The two UV absorptions band the two UV absorptions band were observed between 338 nanometer to 335 nanometer for TT and BTA, and the fluorescence emissions band was observed at 421 nanometer and where is the cursor gone? 421 nanometer to 425 nanometer on excitations at absorptions maxima of 330 nanometer. Then then minor solvatochromatic property, was studied for TP and BT on different solvent. Then on increasing the polarity of the solvent, I think so my cursor is not working properly. On increasing the polarity of the solvent, hypo and orthochromic shift were formed, representing spectra with moderate fluorescent intensity in acetone, DMSO, and ethanol. Major solvatochromatic property was solvatochromic property with 48 nanometer shift. 48 nanometer shift in wavelength maximum was recorded for BTA, and for TTA it was recorded with 31. The rate shift, that means we have got a rate shift with suppressed intensity on rising the polarity of the solvent. Then both the compound exhibited a fluorescent with significant rate shift band compared to the then where it is. Fluorescence spectrum. Now see fluorescence spectrum of triazole in solid and PDMS composite was demonstrated combinations in TTA powder. In TTA and in TTA we have dual emissions, and when this emissions was exposed to PDMS, please we have got a single with small soldier and a high fluorescence in 490 nanometer. Again in BTA we have got a multiple emissions that are in the range of blue, red, and green region. And again in PDMS, with the PDMS we have got in 494 nanometer shift and one in like 395 nanometer shift. That is in the region of, in solid state we have got in the region of 335 to, that means in blue and green region, but in PDMS in powdered form we have got three region, that is in blue, red, and green region, but in PDMS format we have got in blue and green region. When we have put this UV and fluorescence data in CIE19131 space diagram, we have got emissions of white light, which is demonstrated here. That high CRI, we have got high CRI value for both TT and BTA. That this demonstrate that emitting triazole powder has fluorescence band, means in blue, red, and green region, emitting a mixture of color and appear as white light, which can be used in a white LED. Then aggregations induce effect. Triazole means TTA is soluble in common organic solvents, including chloroform, ethyl acetate, TFA, acetonitrile, and almost insoluble in water. The fluorescence spectra with various water fractions was recorded. That means when when the water fractions was below 20%, we have got a suppressed intensity. But when the water fractions gradually increases from 20 to 70%, the intensity increases. The intensity increases, but when intensity increases with red shift. But when the water again increases from 70 to 70%, the intensity suppressed. That means intermolecular interaction. That means aggregations have formed and the intermolecular interaction has been suppressed. And this has been demonstrated here also, that the blue color compound has changed to highly cyan fluorescence on aggregations effect. And this aggregation, that is precipitation formation, has been analyzed using same And from the same also we got, from same image we got, first it was spherical when water was not added, but on gradual increasing of water we have got an aggregated structure. That means we got a precipitate, and then that image was done, that this is the precipitate image of the compound. Then aggregations, quenching of BTA, that is aggregation induced quenching was observed, increasing of water fluorescence. On increasing water fluorescence, the fluorescence band maxima at 425 nanometer in acetonitrile and shifted to 468 nanometer in water and acetonitrile when it was in the ratio of 9:1. This is due to increase in polarity of the solvent. Then the absorption acidochromic characteristics in solutions was shown. Means the absorptions and emission spectra of TTA in chloroform was initially measured, followed by additions of TFA and TTA. The broad spectrum band of TTA recorded at 338 nanometer in chloroform has been shifted to 362 nanometer when 10 equivalent of TFA was added, and again regained to its neutral form, that is 338 nanometer when TEA was added. That means when 10 equivalent of TFA was added, the color changes from blue to cyan color, again from when TFA when TEA was added, when then again from cyan to blue color was added. Again from cyan to blue color it changes. That means this is the evidence for fluorescence color change. Again for BTA, the band at 335 nano, in the same way 335 band for absorptions band for 335 nanometer, it changes to broad spectrum at 361 nanometer on additions of 10 equivalent of TFA. Again on additions of TEA, it changes to its neutral form. This is due to protonations. And again on the emission spectra we have seen a color change from blue to yellow color when TFA acid was added, again from yellow to blue color when base TEA was added. That means in emissions also from 396 nanometer, the band we have got a broad band at 512 nanometer on additions of TFA, and again we added a base TEA, we got a same neutral band at 396 nanometer. Then the turn on ratiometric response of TT and BT upon protonation may be due to FRET, that is Fourier resonance energy transfer. The protonation state act as the energy acceptor, and the neutral state perform as energy donor. Then the absorption band of protonated TT and BT polarity overlap with the fluorescence band to form a neutral band. Due to the intramolecular FRET, the spectrum overlap has occurred. Then acid vapor detection, that was with a solution, that, and now we will detect with a acid vapor. That is the photophysical properties of triazole powder and PDMS composite was examined. That is when TTA powder, that is lambda max at TTA powder lambda max at 5 TTA powder lambda max at 566, 620 and 400 nanometer were subjected to TFA vapor for 20 seconds. Then the acid fume produced a green fluorescence, and lambda max at 506 nanometer. But when again this TTA solid plus TFM fume was exposed to TEA, again it regained its original band, that is again it changed to purple color. And similarly we checked with Wattman filter paper. When we dipped the Wattman filter paper in TTA solution made in DCM, then when we will expose to normal light, we got blue green color. Again, when it was exposed to TFA, we got orange yellow color. When it was exposed to TFA vapor, we got blue green color. Again, when it was exposed to TA, we got the original orange yellow color. And when the same thing was exposed under fluorescence lamp, then it changed. We got a purple color. When it was again exposed to TFA, we got a yellow green color. Again, when it was exposed to TA, we got a purple color. And this is the solid powder of TTA normal light, and it is in fluorescence under fluorescence lamp, and it is a BTA powder in normal light, and it is under the fluorescence lamp. Then similarly for BTA, that is when BTA was exposed, we got this what is blue when the BTA solid, which has a spectrum at 629, 572 and 522 nanometer, when it was exposed to TFA fume, we got dual emissions at 571 nanometer and 523 nanometer. But however, in case of BTA PDMS film, the multi-emission band, that is of 491, 422 nanometer and 400 nanometer, merge into a single 492 nanometer with a BTMS, BT solid plus TFA, PDMS file with a small soldier band at 393 nanometer. And this rise in emission signifies turn on emissions on protonation. And the protonations tried to reverse back, but a highly fluorescent cyan color was observed at 417 nanometer. It didn't turn to its original neutral form. And again, we tried to generate a fluorescence color changing in ink. When we on a Wattman filter paper, when we wrote a letter of letter SD, same way when we exposed it under a fluorescence lamp, we got the color changes. And when we exposed it to TFA vapor, it changes to yellow green. In with a TA exposure, it changes to its original color. Similarly, in BTA form, under UV lamp, we got orange color. Again, it was exposed to TFA, we got a yellow, yellow color. Again, when it was exposed to TA, we got the same original color. But in PDMS film, we didn't observe this color changing property only for BTA, but for TTA we have observed. In conclusion, that TTA-based triazoles, TTA and BTA was produced and studied utilizing spectrochromic method. TTA and BTA showed high CRI with white light illustration in solid and PDMS film. In solution, this compound acidochromic behavior was examined. The fluorescence color change when protonated triazole moiety are produced. This compound produces cyan light after protonations and blue light in stable state. These acid-sensitive fluorescence probe can also be employed as photosensitizer in low pH in biological, environmental, and industrial applications. And then I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Professor Swapon there, for his guidance, and also thankful to IIT ISM Dhanbad for providing fellowship, and my senior Dr. Anu Kumari for her constant guidance, and eventually my parents. And finally, I would like to thank the Global Conference ETRD-24 for giving the opportunity to present my work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody would like to ask question to her? Vatsala ma'am is there.
Yeah, I don't think there is any question. We can move to the next participant.
Okay. The next one is Meenakshi Chandra is ready.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Let's stop the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Swaraj
Okay,
is
sir. Okay.
Meenakshi Chandra.
Okay, sir.
So are you ready with your presentation?
Sir.
Yes. Please start sharing your screen with us, and you are requested to present your paper right now. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, visible my project paper?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, okay, okay. Good, good morning, sir. Uh, my topic is the role of NPK agriculture in relation to soil physics. Myself, Meenakshi Chandra, research scholar, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota. A discussion the where soil
I think there's a
fertility.
technical glitch in the voice, and we are not audible clearly.
Okay, 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 sir, okay.
Yeah. At the same time, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Ahmed Al Hussaini, Ala University,
Hello.
Egypt. Thank you
Hello.
for this, sir. We welcome you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, sir. Meenakshi Chandra present here.
Yes.
The role of soil fertilizer, is very important to the good production of agriculture and plant growth. The soil is the heterogeneous mixture, gases, liquid, and soil material. Then, in the soil fertility is a dependently in soil texture property and chemical property. Different type of soil texture is available in different loam, filter, clay, and different types. But we focus on the chemical properties of soil. Uh, Different parameters in soil in chemical property, physical property, electrical, OC, EC, nitrogen, phosphorus, and different type of micro and macronutrient available in soil. Now, in using the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, in this elements are very useful in the soil fertility. Nitrogen is the one of the most micronutrient is required in the large amount of plant growth. This material is also useful the useful the plant growth. The deficiency of nitrogen in the plant is a plant leaf or is a yellow color, and the phosphorus is another material in soil present the large amount of. In this case, uh, deficiency हो जाता है, but amount is little amount 10 to 20, 6 to 25 range. And potash is the important nutrient for the helping of plant. Now, using the in my research paper, using the different location of the Chhattisgarh in soil sample of herbal garden land at the depth of 0 to 15 centimeter. Now, now repeating this soil sample and combine the composite soil using in different type of location. First sample is the Raipur location, second sample Sarkanda, Bilaspur, third Jashpur, and fourth is the Bastar, and fifth Durg. In these all samples, we use in remove the moisture content and and dried without sun. And these all the samples using in the chemical property in soil testing office. We see that the observation table in different materials such as pH, EC, OC, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, zinc, iron, copper, manganese, boron, and S in find in different samples, sample 1, sample 2, and sample 3, 4, and 5 is given. In this sample, show the value of observed in the soil testing lab. Now, table 2 show the different value of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This range is the nitrogen in 280 to 560 kilogram per hectare, and potassium is 10 to 25, and the phosphorus is 145 to 335 range. In my research, we gain the sample 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. The observation nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, the vary in nitrogen to 137 to 100, and this phosphorus is this. In case we find out now result and discussion, we found out the nitrogen in present in all 5 samples is a very low. This is a very minimum quantity because the food production and leaves are very affected. The value of phosphorus is suitable for only sample 1, 4, 3, 1, 1, 3, 4, and 5. This range is a 16.12, 10.75, and 16.12 and 17.92. This sample 2 Bilaspur in this garden, the phosphorus is very low quantity. And one again, the potassium. The potassium in different sample in the reading is a very high to range. Now, the study of NPK. The study of NPK is a very important, although it is a very informative. The micro analysis of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium at a grassroots level provide ultimate result. Without knowledge of NPK, elements play an important role in physiology and the growth of the plant, humans. Now, this results show the observation graph in so in different samples with nitrogen. Second graph show the variation of phosphorus of different samples, and third is show the variation of potassium in different samples. This show the sample 3 is a suitable near about value, and then for vary is a highest value, and this last graph is show the comparative study of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Now, this is the conclusion. The NPK is a very important. NPK is a essential for any farmers. Without knowledge of quantity of NPK, nothing can be predicted. In the beginning state, progressive farmer take care in the field. There are these samples in presented that. Hello.
Yeah.
Soil health. Okay, sir. Bas conclusion. The soil health is inherent characteristic of soil. Healthy soil ensure optimum moisture content, significant amount of micronutrient, lower level of pesticides. The proper agriculture is strongly and closely related with the soil health. Soil health is also affected the properties, physical property and chemical property of soil. To fulfill the sustainable agriculture, combine use of organic and inorganic fertilizer in cases of crop productions, improve soil fertility. Crops residues and other residues should manage in proper way to increase organic carbon content in soil. And moisture content is a properly way to soil the crop production. In this use, the nitrogen improve, then soil is good quality, and phosphorus and potassium. Now, the proper organic materials matters included in the soil land, we improve the strong and good quality of food and agriculture. This references. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Swaraj G. Lewis is ready with his presentation. He
Yes, sir.
failed to complete his presentation earlier. I would request him to conclude with the presentation. Mr.
Okay,
Swaraj G.
I'll go to the end point.
Swaraj, Mr. Swaraj, can you
Yes,
share your?
yeah, I'm sharing. Is it visible? I think I covered the initial slide.
Okay, and you are requested to conclude your presentation earlier because we have many more other presentators right here. So you
Okay,
have your
yeah.
presentation in 6 minutes.
Okay. So my research title is Experimental Numerical Simulation of Phase Change Material Paraffin Bags. So this is a B student project, and I am their guide. I'm an assistant professor in Department Mechanical. So briefly, I'll tell about phase change metal. What is it? So phase change metal is a thermal energy storage system where it extracts heat from the surrounding environment, store it, and whenever the heat is required, it's supplied. So it is a phase change method. Name means it changes phase from one form to another. For example, there are solid, liquid, liquid gas, and gas solid. In solid liquid, initially it will be in a solid phase. So when the heat is added to it, it changes from solid to liquid. So it absorbs sensible heat, latent heat. Latent heat is a heat where the phase changes, and again sensible heat. So when heat is added from the surrounding, it loses the heat and it changes back to the original form. So the application can be used in solar energy storage, agriculture, or water storage, or even in a building where the walls are equipped with the phase change metal, so that in a cold countries during the sunlight the heat gets trapped in the phase change metal, and during night it supplies heat to the inside house.
उन्होंने जो मेल किया था
So we have developed, designed the container using a CAD software, and then we have done an experimental test setup to do the study of PCM storage.
यही था
And then we have analyzed both the results.
उन्होंने बोल दिया
So
बस
methodology we followed is we have done a brief literature review on the various papers which are done earlier. Then we have developed a model and fabricated it, and again we have done modeling in ANSYS software. By modeling it, and we have done the simulation in the ANSYS software. Further, we have compared this experimental result with the numerical, and then we have concluded it. So a few of the literature survey we have done is many people have studied in different phase change material how the melting and solidification can happen. Melting means it melts to the liquid form, and solidification is the reverse one. And they added various heat exchanger to enhance the performance, so that the storage can be more faster and removal can be more faster. So in our study, we have developed a container, which is shown in figure A, which is a CAD model using a SolidWorks. And in the figure B, in 1B shows the actual setup, where we have a front, we have a flexi glass, so that you can see the PCM and you can capture the image. Top part is where we are going to store the PCM. So PCM initially it will be in solid state. We are going to melt it and pour it, and then we allow it to cool. So we have a thermostat for controlling the temperature. Then heating plate where we'll heat the PCM from one side melted, and we are going to capture these contours. The container lengths are 100 width 50 and height 50 So when we have done the experimental, we have DC power supply and heated at 343 Kelvin from the right side. And initially PCM starts to melt from this side. From the 0 minute to 15 minutes, you can see the PCM is melted and it gets accumulated at the top part. So the melted PCM is in a liquid region and it has a low density. So it gets accumulated, whereas solid PCM density is higher. So the parameter is given in the table. So at 100 minutes, the PCM starts to accumulate more at the contour, and we are having a little contoured profile. This is because heat gets little bit radiated outside at the top surface. That's the reason top part is having a little bit slow melting compared to the little lower part. And as the PCM melts, the liquid PCM gets accumulated and it becomes a transparent. So when you are capturing the image, we get the difference between the solid liquid PCM. So at 300 minutes, 50% of PCM is melted, and it took around 10 hours for the entire structure to get melted, and we have captured the image for up to 300 minutes. So we have used paraffin wax where we have solidus temperature 331 Kelvin and liquidus temperature 331.8. Solidus temperature is a temperature where PCM is at a solid below that temperature, and liquidus temperature is the point where PCM gets completely melted and it becomes a liquid state, so transparent. So in between we call it as a mushy zone where it is neither solid or a liquid. It's a transparent region. So it depends upon various material how the gets melted or not, and the corresponding density also changes. Thermal conductivity also initially it will be having high thermal conductivity. Then in the liquid region it is having low thermal conductivity. So this varies the heating effects. So then we a numerical model where we are consider little bit assumption because which is not possible in the experiment. So we are consider expansion of PCM is not considered. Actually, it won't expand. There is a small minor expansion. Then radiation heat transfer is not considered. We don't assume that heat is radiated outside. So in the experiment, it is possible to heat get lost. So even if you add a insulation, but in numerical we are not considered, and we consider wall as completely insulated. And this is the numerical model where we have developed set up equation. The first equation is liquid melt fraction. It's mentioned as gamma, where in the software 0 means it's solid, 1 means liquid. So when the temperature is below solid, the software assigns the material as 0, and it is above 1, above liquidus temperature, it assigns as 1. So it is a liquid. In between, it is done by a calculation where we have different range from 0 to 1 by T minus solid by T liquid minus T solid. Similarly, density varies. When the temperature is below solid, it is completely solid, rho S or density in solid. When it is in solid to liquid, it has a variation based on the liquid fraction. And above liquid, it is having a liquid state. And since even if after the liquid, if you increase the temperature, there will be still more viscous. So because of which we consider Bosonius equation, and we add a beta term, where beta term is nothing but thermal expansion. So a little bit of more reduction in the density. Momentum equation is inbuilt in the software where the force FB is added is nothing but considering the effect of gravity. If you add an effect of gravity, liquid PCM will go above and solid PCM gets settled at the bottom, so we get a contour profile. And the momentum source term is nothing but we are going to add a parameter called AMUS, where it will help in melting the parameter. It's based on the various literature survey. 1 into 10 raised to 7 is the optimum value. So this is the comparison of solid result. In numerical result, a second image, it shows the blue color shows that PCM is in a solid phase, and red color shows is completely liquid, and green color is in between solid and liquid. And same thing is observed in the experiment. It's almost tallying with the experimental result. Only thing, the curve is little bit more steep in parabolic in the experiment because heat loss to the surrounding. Whereas in the numerical result, we have assumed that there's no heat loss, hence the curve is in a straight line. Since the density Bosonius equation is added, we get a contour profile. So the further we added the complete image of the numerical result up to say 550, 600 minutes, the entire PCM is melted. Second image shows the temperature distribution. So red shows the high temperature zone above liquidus temperature. Blue shows solidus temperature. Green is the mushy zone, or we call it as transition zone, which is either solid or liquid. And the profile moves from right to goes on increasing. The PCM slowly melts. It's like how we melt a candle. When the candle is heated, it gets liquid and it gets melted. When we blow the candle off, the liquid becomes solid, or the entire liquid candle becomes a solid. So we might observe this in our daily life. Same thing, the paraffin works. When we heat it, it melts, and when we cool it, it gets solid. So this is the conclusion of our study. We are studied to see one first step was to do the experimental setup. It is a newly developed experimental setup, and then we have just understood how the PCM gets melted. We have used paraffin. Then we have done a numerical model, and we have compared our result with the experimental model. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, you just call Vijay VS.
Yeah. So VS is the next part
Hello, sir.
presenter.
Am
I
I
would
audible?
request. Yes, you are audible. You
Yes,
please
sir.
start your screen.
Okay, sir.
Start. Welcome.
Sir, whether my PPT is visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible to us.
Yes, sir. So good morning to one and all gathered here. I am Dr. Vijay V.S., Assistant Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, St. Joseph Engineering College, Mangalore, Karnataka. I am going to present the research topic, that is design and development of heat exchanger for metal hydride application. My co-authors are Swaraj, Anthony, Sakshit, Sharmita, and Sohan. These are the content of my presentation: introduction, numerical model, result and discussion, conclusion, and reference. First of all, what is metal hydride hydrogen storage? We already know hydrogen is very useful energy carrier, and it is going to be a promising fuel. And one of the challenging aspect of using hydrogen is the storage system. At present, there are different methods available. Hydrogen can be stored in liquid form or in compressed gaseous form, but both have their own disadvantages. Means it takes a lot of space because of the lower density, and also the high pressure it need to be stored, and there is a safety concern in that. So metal hydride hydrogen storage becomes a very promising application where we can store hydrogen with the help of a metal hydride, which can absorb this hydrogen. The advantages with the metal hydride hydrogen storage is they have a high storage density, low pressure operation, and minimal safety concern. Since it has ability to store and release hydrogen gas efficiently, it will be a part of the development of clean and sustainable energy solution. But there is one drawback or challenge in the metal hydrogen storage. That is, when hydrogen gas is passed to a metal hydride, it absorbs the hydrogen, but at the same time it releases heat. The release of heat causes the temperature of hydride system to rise, which will reduce the ability to store the hydrogen gases. Therefore, there is a need to develop a heat exchanger which can absorb the heat generated by the hydrogen supply and supply the heat to release the hydrogen. Hence, the design of heat exchanger and its performance becomes very important in development of metal hydride system. Heat exchangers, we already know they are used in different applications like heating, cooling, and energy recovery. There are different types of heat exchangers available, active heat exchangers and passive heat exchangers. In the active heat exchangers, already there are literature available where several researchers have used different types of heaters like plate heat exchangers, helical coil heat exchangers, U-shaped heat exchangers, pinned tube heat exchangers. And in passive heat exchangers, phase change materials are commonly used, which Dr. Swaraj Lewis has already explained. He's also my co-author in this experimental work. So in the present research work, what we are aiming is the development of a heat exchanger for lanthanum nickel hydrogen storage device and studying the parameter which affects the heat transfer rate. So in the heat in our lab, we have a metal hydride storage experimental setup where there is a lanthanum nickel hydrogen powder, and it is stored in a metal bed which is 60 diameter and 100 length. Uh, to that metal bed, we have designed two types of heat exchangers. So the sketch shows heat exchanger model 1 and model 2. In the model 1, we have used a U-shaped heat exchanger with the three plates, which acts like a fin. And in the model 2, we have used a curve-shaped heat exchangers with the three vertical fins. And in this experiment, we have done only numerical model. And so the boundary condition used are as follows. So the initial bed temperature is assumed to be 343 Kelvin, because in the experiment we came to know that the temperature rises up to 70 degrees centigrade. And our aim is to reduce temperature from 70 to the room temperature. So we have taken initial temperature as 343. Coolant flow rate is taken as 0.004639 meter per second. This is from the reference, one of the paper reference, and simulation was done using ANSYS 2024. So the resultant discussion, we have changed three important parameters. One is the flow rate, second one is the temperature, initial temperature, and third one is the type of fluid. So in the first experiment, we have changed the coolant flow rate, and the effect of changing coolant flow rate on the two design heat exchanger are shown here. So the initial temperature of water, which is used as a coolant here, is considered as 288 Kelvin, that is 15 degrees centigrade. And flow rate, low flow rate, we have taken 0.004639 meter per second, and high flow rate means 0.009278 meter per second. So for design 1, when the flow rate is very high, the entire heat exchanger comes to equilibrium at around 2000 to 3000 seconds. Whereas when the flow rate is reduced, even at 3000 seconds, the temperature is around 299, and it takes around 4000 seconds to reach to the equilibrium. So for a design 1, higher flow rate shows better heat transfer rate. Similarly, for design 2, again with the higher flow rate, the equilibrium temperature we obtained in between 2000 to 3000 seconds, but lower flow rate, it is above 4000 seconds. Second parameter we changed is the coolant temperature, initial temperature. So we changed from 288 Kelvin to 298 Kelvin. That is 15 degrees centigrade and 25. So when the for design 1, you can see here, when the temperature, initial temperature is 288 Kelvin, it took around 3000 seconds to reach to the equilibrium. Means it cools faster. If the coolant initial temperature is higher, if it is 298 Kelvin, it takes more than 3000 seconds to reach to the equilibrium. Similar observation was obtained for the U-shaped heat exchanger. With a lower coolant temperature, initial temperature, the equilibrium we achieved in between 2000 to 3000, whereas higher initial temperature, it took more time. The last parameter we changed is the type of coolant fluid, water and ethylene glycol, because ethylene glycol is the most popular coolant used in automobile application. For both coolant, the initial temperature was 288 Kelvin, and the flow rate is kept at the higher end, that is 0.009278 seconds. And it is observed that water has a better heat transfer rate from the simulation compared to the ethylene glycol. You can see for the design 1, with water, it cools faster compared to the ethylene glycol. So I want to conclude with the simulation, whatever we have done. We change the parameter like coolant, flow rate, and inlet temperature, and analyze using ANSI software. Water and ethylene glycol coolant were used, and it is observed water is as a coolant is better compared to the ethylene glycol. And out of 4 combination, the higher flow rate of 0.009278 meter per second and inlet temperature of 288 Kelvin is more efficient. And compared to model 2, model 1 showed better performance. So these are the references. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Any question?
Yeah, any question from the audience?
Now,
thank you.
It's time to
Siddharth
Arya is waiting for his turn, so I would request him to come up here and start sharing his presentation. Siddharth, can you hear me? Siddharth Arya, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Siddharth, as he requested that he is available to present.
Siddharth Arya, you are not audible. Your PPT is visible.
See, your presentation is available, but your voice is not audible to us.
Yes.
Siddharth.
Siddharth ji.
Sir, call the next one meanwhile. Divya Sharma.
Sharma ma'am is there. I think
Yes,
she
sir.
requested. So Divya ji, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready with your presentation? Can you
Yes,
start sharing?
yes, sir.
You are requested to share your presentation with us, please.
So am I visible?
Yes, your presentation is right here. We can see it clearly.
Okay.
You start, please.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Divya Sharma. I am a PhD scholar in microbiology at Bikaner, Rajasthan. I am here to present the topic Helicobacter pylori diagnosis by Hanaster PCR in rapid urea negative gastric biopsy samples. Now, the Helicobacter pylori bacteria is a gram-negative bacteria that significantly contributes to the development of different gastrointestinal disorders, including peptic ulcers, low-grade B-cell lymphoma, and gastric cancer. Different diagnostic methods for Helicobacter pylori encompass both invasive and non-invasive approaches, employing techniques that are different, that are either direct or indirect in nature. Microscopic detection of the bacteria and culture represent direct method, whereas demonstrating urease production and detecting stool antigen and antibodies are considered as indirect method, which serve as the markers for infectious disease response. The advancements in the molecular methods are now widely employed as reliable tools for diagnosing infectious diseases owing to their improved sensitivity and specificity. Due to resource limitations, diagnostic methods such as urea blood test or invasive bacterial culture of biopsy tissues are not conducted in our setting. Similarly, the reliability of immunological tests is often a subject of debate. Now, the molecular approach has facilitated comparative analysis between conventional methods like microscopy and rapid urease tests with PCR in resource-limited settings like ours, enhancing the effectiveness of the diagnostics of treatment. Identifying Helicobacter pylori infection in gastroduodenal diseases is of paramount importance to prevent the potential gastrointestinal malignancies. In developing countries like India, the prevalence of Helicobacter pylori is significantly higher in cases of duodenal ulcer, gastric ulcer, and gastritis. In developing nations, the prevalence is about 90%, and whereas in developed countries, it is around 50%. This is according to the latest World Gastroenterology Organization report. The prevalence of Helicobacter pylori varies significantly among different populations and countries. It influences the incidence of gastric carcinoma and peptic ulcers. Now, the molecular methods like PCR have transformed the diagnostic approaches for detecting Helicobacter pylori, enabling the tracking of genetic alterations and facilitating the understanding of drug resistance characteristics. Now, the objective of this study was to assess the diagnostic accuracy of nested PCR using a new primer pair against the rapid urease test. The study was conducted partly at the gastroenterology hospital of gastroenterology department of our PBM hospital, where the samples were collected, and the laboratory procedure was performed at the multidisciplinary research unit of SPMC. 50 patients participated in the study. From them, informed consent was taken, and 33 were males and 17 were females with age ranges from 20 to 69 years. A patient who gave history of taking any recent medications within the past 2 weeks, like proton pump inhibitors and antibiotics, especially clarithromycin, which are which are uh, which have efficacy against Helicobacter pylori, they were excluded from the study. And patients who received blood
Hello.
transfusion. Hello. Yes, sir.
No, you may continue.
Okay. Uh, uh, Patients who received any blood transfusion and gastric surgery, they were also excluded from the criteria. Now, the procedures were two gastric biopsy samples were collected from the patient. while they were undergoing endoscopy, and who shows the findings associated with Helicobacter pylori infections like antral ulcers or duodenal ulcer. The rapid urine test was performed chairside immediately, and the result was recorded within 5 to 10 minutes, while the other biopsy tissues were stored in -40 or -20 degrees Celsius. And later, the DNA extraction and nested PCR was performed uh, using a highly specific and sensitive set of primers, that is Pilo-A and Pilo-EN, which was synthesized from the 16S rRNA gene of Helicobacter pylori. Now, the amplified DNA, which was obtained from the nested PCR, the gel electrophoresis procedure was performed on them, and they were visualized as gel band under the ultraviolet light. Now, the results obtained were the rapid urine test. Out of 50 biopsy samples, 30 were found positive by it. And nested PCR, 42 samples gave positive results by nested PCR, indicating that nested PCR is much more sensitive and specific than rapid urine test for detecting Helicobacter pylori. To diagnose the Helicobacter pylori infection, numerous methods are available. An optimal choice should consider factors such as sensitivity, specificity, clinical conditions, availability, and cost. And hence, several studies compare and correlate the Helicobacter pylori detection using various methods, both invasive and non-invasive. In the current study, we do a comparison of the molecular method to the target of 16S rRNA with the rapid urease test. Their sensitivity depends on some factors: the number of biopsies performed, density of bacteria present in each biopsy, and the presence of Helicobacter pylori in endoscopic material, and the presence of other microorganisms beside Helicobacter pylori. In this study, the sensitivities of the rapid urease test and nested PCR results were assessed. While both methods necessitate taking biopsy samples, not all biopsies contain significant quantities of Helicobacter pylori organisms for detection. Since the one-step PCR lacks sufficient sensitivity, the nested PCR was performed, which have demonstrated a superior specificity and sensitivity in detecting the Helicobacter pylori. Nested PCR can indeed be applied to analyze Helicobacter pylori in various biological samples like gastric tissue, saliva, feces, and others, provided that the DNA extraction from the sample is feasible. The nested PCR showed high sensitivity, that is 82% in our study, while the RUT demonstrated less sensitivity at 60%. False negative results from the RUT may have occurred when only a small amount of Helicobacter pylori was present in those samples, despite being subsequently detected by the nested PCR. If we compare our study to others, for example, Lin et al. Reported that out of 82 gastric samples, 56 were tested positive by RUT and only 52 were tested but positive by PCR. So they suggested that PCR could only serve as a complementary assay to RUT, whereas Archimedean twist is also showed that rapid urease test was less sensitive than even histology for diagnosing Helicobacter pylori infection. In our study, clinical samples were not examined histologically for the presence of bacilli, but in comparison with other four diagnostic methods, RUT, PCR, culture, and histological examination, it has been suggested that RUT is a rapid and sensitive method for screening of Helicobacter pylori infection, and but that PCR or nested PCR is much more sensitive than other methods for detecting Helicobacter pylori even after following treatment. So it is concluded that both the assays should be applied to the routine in patients routinely. The study concludes that nested PCR should be consistently utilized for patients with gastroduodenopathy to prevent any misdiagnosis, especially in resource-limited settings. And it is important to identify its infection to prevent the potential gastrointestinal malignancies. Integration of molecular methods like nested PCR is really important to incorporate them in routine diagnostic practices, and that too consistently. These are the references that I refer to. Thank you. Regards to everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for the presentation. Now, the next one, whom I would like to invite right
Hello.
here, Mr. Siddharth Aryaji. He was requesting his presentation left incomplete earlier. So, if he is ready, I would
Ye-
request him to complete.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please start sharing your screen with us so that we can see it. Yes,
So the
correct.
screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible to us. Please carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddharth Arya from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. So today I'm going to present uh, on the topic effect of coupling agent on mechanical property of bamboo polymer composite. So thank you for giving such opportunity to present my work. So introduction, like wood composite, as we know, wood composite is something which is made up of the lignocellulosic material or the wood. Basically, there is a two division of wood composite, that is thermoset and thermoplastic. To thermoset, utilize these thermosetting resins like plywood, logboard, particle, MDF, etc. On the other hand, thermoplastic, it deals with the polymers like polythene, polypropylene, etc. So polymer composite, it is one of the most trending product in the market for replacing the polymers, pure polymers. So as a generic word, so wood polymer composite is the mixture of lignocellulosic material as well as the thermoplastic polymers like polythene, polypropylene, etc. In this, we can utilize any natural fiber which would be easily available, eco-friendly, and low cost. So in the fibers in the WPC, they are worked under extruder and then followed by the injection molding. And the orientation is usually random. This provides the superior tensile strength, flexural strength, and the modulus compared to the pure polymer. And if we are utilizing the natural fiber half compared to the complete polymer, then surely we are working towards the carbon uh, dioxide neutral. Since a long time in the middle past, the USA has been working for decking railing in North America. It is the largest consumer of WPC. Even the China is also leading with the particular potential. So in this, in India also, we have been developing this since a long time, and with the introduction of the biopolymer, the properties of WPC is now quite much more and more eco-friendly. So at present, the bio-based polymers are relatively expensive, but with the due course of time and the technologies, it will surely be less in price. So the advantage of WPCR, as it is mixture of polymers, so it is resistant towards degradation, termite from warping, the lower moisture absorption because of the polymer. As this is a wood polymer composite, so again we can recycle it by converting them into the powder and then again doing its extruding. So the low maintenance cost is one of the main advantages of the WPC, superior tensile, flexible strength, and etc. So the objective of the present work was,
Sorry to interrupt you. Your slide is not changing.
okay, sir. Now it is changing.
Yeah, yeah. Quite okay. Fine.
Okay, so the objective of the study was optimizing the process parameter of bamboo polymer composite to study the mechanical property of the composite. So for the material, so material methodology goes, so for this purpose, we selected the bamboo fiber. So for this, we took the bamboo, as the bamboo is easily available and due to green bamboo mission, so the utilization of bamboo can be done. So we took the bamboo, we converted them into the chips, then subsequently into the fine powder that was size of 15 mesh size. After that, these powder was dried in oven, dried into this oven, and then subsequently we took the polymers like polypropylene of H1110 MA and PE polyethylene. Other than this, we added some additives. Some additives like lubricant. Lubricant was paraffin wax. Some coupling agent like melamine phenol formaldehyde. Sorry, some malic anhydride polypropylene, malic anhydride polythene, and some uh, rheological control additives like titanium dioxide. So the basically the polymer which we utilized, it had these following parameters like PP was having the tensile strength of 36 MPa, HDP was having of 22 MPa. So the methodology part, the design, the experiment design was this. We included 10% fiber, 30% fiber, 50% fiber, and one control pure polymer was also made. Along with this, we took coupling agent for both the part. So this the main study was to decide whether the effect of coupling agent enhance the property of the wood polymer composite or not. So the manufacturing process is, as I told, first of all, we took the fibers, we mix all the fibers and additives together in high speed mixture. Then subsequently, these fibers are oven dried, then these are extruded in extruder. This is the barrel. From one side we feed the material, so it is having a different barrel zones. From this side we will put the ingredient, and slowly it will come outside from the other end in the form of wire like structure. After that we would pelletize it, pelletizing in the cool water. Then subsequently we would be putting them for the small particles, granule size. Then we had injection molding machine in which we mold the product in whatever shape we want. So for this particular experiment, we required a tensile strength and flexural strength. So we put this mold. The parameter for melt flow rate was this. The particle size was 0.5, 0.5 to 0.1. Coupling it was between 0 to 2%, and the pressing temperature was 190 to 210 degrees Celsius. The results. So for this, we had a mechanical testing. We did all this testing in universal testing machine for 10 kilonewton. So these are the samples, pure polymer samples of PP, and this is for 10% fiber BPC, and this is for 30%. So after the test, the samples were broken into these pieces. Then we analyze the mechanical properties. So in the first, we have flexural strength for polypropylene with coupling agent and without coupling agent. So this blue one is the part of without coupling agent. So we have seen this without coupling agent, introduction of fibers slowly increased till 10%. Then afterwards it started decreasing. The reason could be the hydrophilic and hydrophobic surface of polymer and the fibers. So fibers are usually hydrophilic in nature and polymer is hydrophobic. So there is not a proper joining of these two sides. So that's why the properties started decreasing. But on the other hand, if we see, we will see by adding coupling agent, then in flexural modulus, we found with the increase in the fiber content, flexural modulus was increased. It was independent of coupling agent. The highest value for without coupling agent was found for 50%, that was 3.79 GPa, and for coupling agent again for 50%, it was 4.26 GPa. So by this result, we can see that flexural modulus is not dependent on the coupling agent. However, the rate is quite high relatively compared to the without couple one. So in the tensile strength also, the tensile strength showed slower increase in the comparison to the other one. In case of without coupling agent, there was a slow decrease due to the poor bonding. However, the coupling agent aided in enhancing the tensile strength. The highest was achieved at 50%, and that was 41.26%. However, for the control sample for this PP11, it was 32 MPa. Similarly, for the flexible strength for polythene, there was the same trend as it followed for the PP. However, the relative effect was better than the PP. It had a good effect compared to the PP. Flexible strength increased with the increase in the fiber content for the coupling agent. The highest was found for 30%, that was 38.14. In the flexural modulus also, it followed the same trend as PP. With the increase in the fiber content, there was an increase in the flexural modulus. The highest was achieved for 50%, that was 3.2 GPa, and then for coupling agent, it was 3.6 GPa. In the tensile strength showed slower changes in the comparison to other one and compared to the PP also. So TS slows decreased due to poor bonding for without bonding, and the highest was achieved for 50%, that was 30.21 MPa. And without coupling agent for 50%, it decreased to 115.6 MPa. These are the products which were we just made for the demonstration purpose. So these are the products like cup plate. These can be produced from the WPC. So conclusion, WPC or BPC would polymer composite or bamboo polymer composite has a huge scope in field of polymer. The study reveals that the use of coupling agent enhanced the mechanical performance of wood polymer composite. Much effect was seen on the flexural strength of the composite. Flexural modulus is completely dependent on the fiber loading. However, coupling agent enhanced the rate of increment for flexural modulus. Comparatively less effect was seen on the tensile property. Highest mechanical enhancement was achieved for the PP-based composite. So I would like to thank Institute of Wood Science and Technology, also my guide, Dr. Shakti Singh Chauhan and Ritesh Kumar sir for guiding me for the in this project also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, one more new
Also, Deepika Valecha. I think
Deepika is here. She is not in this list, but she has been recommended. So I would request her if she is available. Deepika, ma'am, are you available right now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I am available.
Please. You are most welcome, and I request you to start your presentation if it is
Thank you,
ready.
sir. Give me a moment. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, please. You are
Sir,
audible.
give me a moment. I'm just connecting the PPT and that PPT for the meeting.
Till then, I just remind those participants who failed to present their presentation early in the morning. I am just going to call their name. If they are present, please make themselves aware and be alert so that they can present their paper. And uh, Miss Rekha Sharma, Anamika Singh, Soumya Singh, Dr. Shadab Ahmed Khan, Soni Kumudni Rajput, Sushil Kumar Singh, Swati Gaur, Anup K. Pandey, Vivek Thakur, these participants are available or not, sir? Nobody responded. It means
nobody
they are
responds. I
expected
think they are not.
to be here
Now,
and read their
instead of Deepika
paper.
Valecha, we can move for the lunch of half an hour and start at 1:30.
So, Deepika ma'am is not still ready.
Sir, 1 minute. Only give me a 1 minute only. I'm just connecting with my laptop.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Please, you. Last 2 days, it's a long journey that we have completed, and the patience that you people have shown right here is really very appreciable. One of our keynote speaker who were supposed to be right here, Dr. Ahmed Al Hussain sir from Gala University, Egypt, was supposed to present here.
Yes, sir. Professor Ellison is
Yes,
here,
sir.
but his timing is 1:30 p.m. after lunch.
Okay. So it's Bindya Srivastava is
No, no.
sending the message.
They all are prepared after lunch.
Yes, sir. My presentation is also held.
Yes, yes.
I'm second day, the second
But
training
they will
actually,
start
but
after the 3:15 p.m. to 6 p.m.
okay, okay. Actually, I just get the email. The schedule is changed. That's why I'm
Yeah,
messaging.
change.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Change for the only morning session.
So should we conclude?
Yeah, just wait
Yeah.
for a while for Deepika Valecha if she is ready.
Yeah, just ask once. Deepika ma'am, are you able to start?
Yes, sir, it is done. Just a minute only. 1 minute. Just
Still you need a
only
minute.
1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Sir, it's actually there is a network error at my home. That's why.
So can you present
Only 1 minute.
in the afternoon after lunch? Is it okay?
In the second
Yes, sir,
session.
that is totally okay. But right now I'm ready. But
Okay.
as you say, sir, it's totally okay. As a,
Okay.
if you can permit, then I can, or in the second session also. That is totally okay.
To start. Sir, हो ही जाने दीजिए ना. That will be okay.
Yes, yes.
So first
Sure.
of all,
Thank you so much.
yes, please, ma'am. Dr. Prasparaj sir is here. He is visual to me, and he contributed and given his time. So early in the morning, I just failed to introduce him properly.
No,
So
it's
I
okay. No, no, it's okay.
All the
uh,
participants, please join the award ceremony.
during the presentation, actually, he appeared, and I didn't find myself comfortable to disturb somebody else. That's why I failed to introduce you properly. I think you won't mind it, sir.
No, 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 it's okay, sir. We are part of family.
So all the people who were present, they were quite fine, and they present their paper very impressively. And it's really very appreciable. And the team that we have right with us, and they are quite supportive and cooperative as well. And for that, from my own side, I give my thanks and warm welcome to them. Vatsala ma'am, since morning she was with us and she cooperated and uh, made the atmosphere quite light, introducing and asking the questions quite calmly, and it made the contestant or the participants especially quite cool. Some of those participants were especially very nervous. They were not confident enough to present the paper, and when the expert asked the question, but the way you people handled them, it was really very appreciable.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am. Again, still you are here. It's really very appreciable. I know that you people will be too busy in your official work. Although it is Sunday and at home you need to have some personal work as well. And still you are here. It's really very praiseworthy. Deepika ma'am, Valecha ma'am is there.
Yes, yes, sir. It's
I
done,
hope
sir.
you might have solved your problem. Pritam sir, can you help her if she is not able to share her the screen, the paper that she has it, she has mailed you.
Yes, sure, if she wants.
Sir, I'm able to share the PPT. Give me a moment.
Yes, your PPT is visible to us. Please, ma'am,
Yes,
start.
sir.
Please be finished in 5 to 6 minutes, ma'am.
Quite fine.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Deepika Valecha, Assistant Professor and Coordinator of Department of Banking and Insurance in SST College of Arts and Commerce, Ulasnagar. The topic of my presentation is a study on use of tax saving instruments by an individual for the tax planning with reference to Ulhasnagar city. Now, this is the overview of my presentation. We have introduction, objective, review of literature, research methodology, data analysis and interpretation, findings, conclusion, and references. Now, first of all, coming to the topic, individuals, what is the meaning of tax? Tax is something which we pay to the government where there is no concept of quid pro quo. That means everyone is supposed to and obliged to pay the tax to the government as per Income Tax Act 1961. And there are two types of taxes, that is direct and indirect tax. As an individual, we must know the various tax saving instruments so that we can minimize the amount of a tax which we are paying to the government. Now, how much we should pay and how we can save our tax by making the investments in various tax saving instruments, that is the topic of the research. And another importantly, whether the people are aware about the various tax saving instruments or not, that this particular research paper focuses on that. Now, these are the various tax saving schemes under the Section 80C of Finance Act. Finance Act, we have various instruments like life insurance premium is there, equity linked saving schemes, principal sum for the home loan, and if an individual is having the PPF account, that is Public Provident Fund or Provident Fund account, then these instruments are also considered for the tax saving. We do have the payments towards the medical insurance premium where it is under Section 80D. Now, as an individual, we must be aware about if we are having the various instruments where we have made the savings, which comes in the Section 80C. So we get the amount of a tax deduction under Section 80C as 1,50,000. So many people are not even aware about it. Coming to the next. Now, what are the research objectives? First of all, to understand the tax planning for the individual assessee, to study about the preferences and the use of the tax saving instruments by an individual assessee, and to identify the most. Now, for the purpose of this research methodology, the data is collected from the primary as well as the secondary sources. And for primary, I used with the help of the questionnaire, the survey method was used, and the sample of 100 people have taken from the Ulhasnagar city. Coming to the data analysis and interpretation part, the questions which I had asked in the questionnaire was like whether people are aware about the tax saving instrument or not. About 82% of people are aware about it. Now, what is the select most approximate amount the investment in tax saving is done? So we can say 50,000 to 1 lakh is the amount where people are investing in tax saving schemes. The question is rate the tax saving instruments on the basis of the priority in the investments. Like as we can say, majority of the people are giving the priority to the public provident fund, followed by the LIC and then pension schemes likewise. So the major findings of this particular research paper was the 54% of the male people between the age group of 41 to 50 were there in the responses. 38% of the respondents are professionals, while 31 were the salaried workers. And 46% of the respondents have income ranging from 5 lakh to 7,50,000. 82% of the respondents are aware about the numerous tax saving schemes. 37% of the respondents invest up to 1 lakh rupees for their income in the various sections, various investment tools in Section 80C. And according to the report, most favored tax saving mechanisms is the public provident fund, followed by LIC, NSC, and bonds, etc. Now, the recommendation is, according to the findings of the study, the respondents have invested large portion of their money in the provident funds and the life insurance plans based on the primary priority element of safety. And so they believe that the money, that the major saving must be there for the future plans. And assessee can plan to invest in various other tax saving instruments also if the proper guidance is given to them. The analysis shows that the best approach to the tax reductions is through the investing in tax savings tools. When it comes to the tax saving instrument, many people like provident fund and the life insurance policies over the bank deposits. So the study demonstrates that the individual tax filling strategy is directly related to the wealth and also the age. If the person's tax obligation is smaller, then they can have more money available for investing and savings. And the tax saving system of the nation has significant impact on the savings by encouraging people to invest in the variety of opportunities. Planning is required at the beginning in the fiscal year, and mainly the guidance must be given to the people so that they can effectively use their funds for the purpose of tax saving. So the limitation of study is basically this is the primary and the secondary sources of data which is collected. There's a restriction on that. The data is on the basis of 100 sample people, and this study is predicted on the assumption that there is no respondent biasness. Because the study focuses solely on individual assessee in Ulhasnagar city, the findings may differ if it could be a different location, geographical location, and another set of people. So these are the references of my research paper. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for completing your presentation within time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now it's time to
Thank you very much.
the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a really crisp and clear presentation. I think we should take a break for lunch, and then we'll be starting with the plenary sessions followed by poster presentations.
Yes, sir. It's a
Okay, sir.
20-minute break, I think. Huh?
After 20
Let's
minutes,
take a 20-minute break for lunch.
After 20 minutes, we will be back.
we all reunite here.
Right, sir?
We have Dr. L. Hussaini.
Yes.
He has raised a hand. I think he wants to say something.
Got it.
Yes, sir. Please speak, sir.
Hello all, how are you?
Yeah,
We are
we are fine, sir.
Fine.
We are waiting for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, when is my presentation?
In 20 minutes, sir. Just in 20 minutes.
Okay, great.
We'll be breaking for lunch here, a short lunch, and then we'll be resuming with your presentation, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
नमस्कार ओझा सर, आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी।
नमस्ते सर, नमस्ते।
वहाँ क्या टाइम हो रहा है अभी?
अभी सर यहाँ पे तो मॉर्निंग के 10 बज रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
हम्म,
मतलब वही 3:30।
आप काफी अर्ली स्टार्ट कर देते हैं।
हाँ, वो वहाँ के हिसाब तो काफी अर्लीस्ट है, तो रात में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा।
5-6 बजे से स्टार्ट हो जाता है आपका प्रोग्राम।
हाँ, इसलिए
हम्म,
बस अभी से बताएंगे कुछ और, उसके बाद सर का प्रेजेंटेशन।
हेलो। ठीक है।
हेलो, हाँ जी मैडम, आओ ज्वाइन करो, टाइम हो गया ना। बस वही जो बताया था ना आपको प्रोफेसर आलोचन, वो रहेंगे पहले। वही आलोचन जो सुबह थे ना फर्स्ट, उसके बाद चेंज है। हाँ, वो तो सेशन चेयर हैं, जो स्पीकर हैं उनकी बता रहे। हाँ, अहमद अल हुसैन है, वही ना। ठीक है, उसके बाद प्रेजेंटेशन चालू कर देंगे हम लोग, बाकी हम लोग भी रहेंगे, कोई दिक्कत होगी तो बीच में हम लोग बोल सकते हैं, है ना। हाँ हाँ, पहले तो सेशन चेयर की हम वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट द सेशन नंबर 4। द चेयर्स ऑफ दिस सेशन आर दिस एंड दिस, ऐसे बता दो कि आप इंट्रोडक्शन उनका दे दो। बाकी नाउ वी कॉल अवर प्लेनरी स्पीकर, और उनका फिर हुसैन सर का बता दो। हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, है ना, आओ।
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just wait 5 minutes. Some participants are in the pipeline.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Aishwarya ma'am. Aishwarya ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all, to the dignitaries, the organizers, and the research scholars. I, Aishwarya Kumari, today will be hosting this enlightening conference with you all. So, before I start with the presenters, I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Kumar Ojha. He's a professor and head of institution schools of natural and applied sciences, Vikrant University, Gwalior MP. And he is also a chairman and founder of RKC Global Academy Group of Schools. He has written more than 8 books and published more than 120 articles in different reputed journals. He is an associate chief editor of IJIRG India and chief editor at IJSRG. Dr. Naveen Kumar Singh, I once again invite you to enlighten our young scholars with your kind words. Over to you, Naveen, sir.
Naveen Kumar Singh, are you there?
I think there is a technical glitch from his part. We can move to Hossaini sir. He is waiting for so long.
You can invite the next session and
Please, Aishwarya ma'am, please invite Hossaini sir.
Yes,
He is
yes.
waiting for quite long time.
Your mic is.
You're on mute, ma'am.
I think Naveen sir is there.
Yeah. I think there's a technical glitch on his part. So
Alright.
we are not audible to him. We can
Okay.
invite Hussain sir.
Hussain sir, all right. All right, as due to technical glitch, I think Naveen sir won't be able to join right now. So I move ahead and invite Dr. Ahmed El Hussain sir. Uh, Dr. Ahmed El Hussain sir, he's a professor at Cairo University, and he has got PhD degree from Cairo University in the field of laser science and biotechnology. His interests are how light can be used in effective diagnostic and therapeutic approaches. He worked as an associate professor at the National Institute of Leisure Enhanced Science, Cairo University until 2016. He was previously at Oxford University as a visiting postdoctoral fellow and then moved to the United States of America, where he worked as a research scientist at Wellman Center for Photomedicine. Dr. Ahmed El Hussain has also been to work as several research projects at the Laser Research Center, University of Johannesburg, South Africa, and the Center of Molecular Biomedicine, Friedrich Schiller University, Jena, Germany. His major area of research are biotechnology, photochemistry, photomedicine. He already have published more than 50 research papers in very high impact journals with approx 1,000 citations in his work. I once again invite Dr. Ahmed El Hussain sir to enlighten these scholars, our young scholars, with his knowledge and wisdom.
Thanks, Ishwarya, and thanks to all of the organizers for giving me the chance to talk today, and especially my friend Dr. Naveen. I just want to make sure that you are hearing me. Is the voice okay?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
And can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Great. So my presentation's title today is shedding light onto the darkness of human diseases. And as you have mentioned that I have been working at the Harvard Medical School at the Wellman Center for the Medicine, and now I am a full professor at the National Institute of Laser Enhanced Science, Cairo University. Also, I am directing the Molecular Biotechnology program at Galileo University in Egypt. So the outline of today's talk would be my research theme. I will give just a very short introduction for the photodynamic therapy or BDT, as well as the antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition, which is called API or ABDI. I will give also some results of one ABDI study, and I will skip the second part of the presentation because of the time, and I'll just go to the acknowledgement. I will just be make my talk finish by presenting one ABDI study results. So my main research theme depends on the fact that light is an effective tool, and effective and powerful tool that can be used in different purposes, especially in the diagnostic and or therapeutic purposes. I used light in my research teams and groups in different topics and different projects. For instance, in the photodynamic therapy, which I have done this in the Laser Research Center in University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Immune enhancement, which has been done in a very nice project and very promising project to produce vaccines at the Wellman Center for the Medicine at Harvard Medical School in the United States of America. It can be used also as an antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition, ABDI, which I have used this approach also in Harvard Medical School. Light can be used, of course, in structural biology and to elucidate the protein structures by X-rays. And I have done these experiments in Oxford University for viral diagnostics, and I have done this kind of research work at the CSIR of at Pretoria, South Africa, the Genesis investigation, and we used the FTIR FTI microspectroscopy. We use this approach in Berkeley, in the United States of America, and in Alba Synchrotron in Barcelona, Spain, and photobiomodulation, and we use this approach in Cairo University, Egypt. So as you can see from this slide, that light is a very powerful and effective tool and can be used in different and versatile applications. So what's the driving force for using or for inventing, or not inventing, or just for having a new approach, novel approach for diagnosis and treatment of cancer? There are three different levels which considered to be the driving forces for having photodynamic therapy as a novel approach for cancer diagnosis and therapeutic approach. Firstly, in the diagnostic level, the key factor, which is the most important factor that contributes to the patient survival and a higher prognosis, is the presence of an efficient and as early as possible tool for cancer detection. So as we making a very efficient and rapid diagnostic for cancer disease, the prognosis and the survival of the patient increases drastically. On the second level, therapeutic level. Unfortunately, the nowadays chemotherapy and radiotherapy, despite they are very powerful therapeutic approaches, but they have enormous and severe side effects due to the fact that they kill normal and cancer cells indiscriminately. So these could have a very high side effects. Third level is the imaging level. Cancer resurgence after surgery occurs due to the fact that the surgeons fail to recognize and remove all cancer cells. So as we can see from this slide now, that in all these three levels, there is a space or a room for having a novel approach to develop or to enhance or improve the diagnostics, the therapeutic, and the imaging approaches. Photodynamic therapy could fit very well in all of these three levels. So, so what is the photodynamic therapy? But before defining photodynamic therapy, I just also to give a glimpse of what is called ABDI, antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition. And we have a very huge problem nowadays, which is due to the misuse of antibiotics. And since bacteria is one of the most smart, the smartest organism and the most adaptive organism on the planet, on the Earth planet, they develop all the time antimicrobial resistance. So we can we could go to the era of superbug era, which would be a huge problem, a very big problem, and would remind us with the era before the discovery of penicillin, where any infection could lead to millions of death cases. So antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition could also be a tool or a powerful tool to overcome these kind of things. So what is photodynamic? What is the photodynamic therapy? So I have to highlight first that the usage of light in either therapeutic or diagnostic approach is not a new thing. Actually, all civilizations like the Egyptian civilization and Indian and Chinese from 1,000 years before Christ have used light to treat skin disease. Also, afterwards, the Greeks used the heliotherapy, which is whole body light exposure to treat skin diseases. By the 1900s, the hematoprofen discovery has initiated what is now known as the photodynamic therapy. 1975, first reports for the first cancer cure using BDT. From the 1980s and and the mid of 80s and of the last century, essentially, the development and the advancement of the optics and laser technology has a great impact on photodynamic therapy. In 1993, in the last years of the last century, photopherin was licensed as the first photosensitizer for basal cell cancer disease. So what are the steps of photodynamic therapy? The first step is the administration of photosensitizer, which could be uh, different drugs. I here give you the structure of one example of photosensitizer, which is called zinc phthalocyanine or any metal of phthalocyanine as a photosensitizer. So by administration of the zinc phthalocyanine, for instance, here, this is the first level of specialization, which where these photosensitizer compounds are accumulating only in the tumor tissues rather than in normal cells. So this is the first level of specialization. The second level of specialization that this photosensitizer doesn't undergo any chemical reactions unless it was treated or irradiated by a light with a specific wavelength. So we just irradiate the part of interest that we need the photochemical reactions to take place. So this is the second level of specialization where we irradiate light on the part, body or the part of the body of interest, and then tumor is selectively destroyed by the photochemical reactions that I will just explain in the next slide. So this is the mechanism of photodynamic therapy, where we have the photosensitizer compound or molecule in the singlet state here, and when light with HMU is absorbed by the photosensitizer, the electron moves from a non-excited state, low energy singlet state, into a higher energy singlet state. This excited state can lose energy by emitting a photon, fluorescence, like you can see, fluorescence, or by internal conversion, non-radiative decay. The process known as intersystem crossing. Here, this is intersystem crossing, which is flipping of the sign. You can see this is the singlet state, the excited singlet state. This is opposite signs, of course, where the intersystem crossing here now flipping of the sign of the high energy electrons, leading to a long living excited triplet state, and this is called the excited triplet state. The longer the photosensitizer compound or molecule stay in the excited triplet state, the better it is the photosensitizer drug. Why? Because in this excited triplet state, the photosensitizer undergo photochemical reactions. We are having three different photochemical reactions, but mainly there are two types of photochemical reactions. For type 1 photochemical reactions, the photosensitizer excited triplet state react directly with a substrate such as the cell membrane or a molecule and transfer a proton or an electron, as you can see, to form a radical anions or radical cations, respectively. These radicals may further react with oxygen molecule to produce what's it called reactive oxygen species. So type 1 pathways frequently involve initial production of superoxide anion by electron transfer from the triplet photosensitizer to molecular oxygen, which can react which can react to produce hydrogen peroxide and oxygen. And these compounds or these radicals, of course, are toxic to different targets of the cells of the cancer disease instantly in this example, like the amino acids, sugar, fatty acids, tumor cells, and blood vessels, virus, bacteria, or whatsoever, and can destroy these targets. The type 2 photochemical reaction here, the triplet photosensitizer can, in the excited state, of course, transfer its energy directly to molecular oxygen, which itself is in the triplet state, triplet bound state to form excited state of singlet oxygen, which in turn, of course, can destroy all these target cells. So this is the mechanism. We have, of course, type 3 photochemical reactions, but I won't bother you by this because this is a very new photochemical reaction. But it's actually just a direct interaction between the relatively long-lived triplet sensitizer and the free radicals, which are already present in the system, and the so-called triplet doublet process. So one question could be raised from the audience: why the photosensitizer is just accumulating here in the tumor cells rather than any normal cells? So the answer of this question is in the keyword, what is called retention. In normal tissue regions, uh, exposure to nanoparticles or photosensitizer is minimal, since these photosensitizer drugs are retained in the bloodstream. However, in the tumorous tissue, they have enhanced permeability and retention effect as the blood vessels in the surrounding of tumorous tissue are defective and porous. when compared to the normal cells. So when the photosensitizer drugs or nanoparticles are injected in the blood stream, they are permeating into through these defective and porous blood vessels towards tumorous tissue wherein they accumulate. Of course, there are different factors that help and assist the accumulation of photosensitizers in these tumorous tissues. For instance, the, the increased production of lipoprotein receptors, and of course, with these lipophilic drugs, of course, they would bind again to these cancer tissues or cells. The reduced pH enhance the cellular uptake of these photosensitizers, and of course, the poor lymphatic drainage of tumorous tissues also increase the accumulation of photosensitizers in tumorous tissues. So there are different factors beside the retention, but the main key word would be the retention and the permeable and defective blood vessels around the tumorous tissues. For ABDI, we used the same thing, which is photodynamic therapy, but instead of having tumorous tissue as a target, the target in this case would be bacterial cells or fungus. So here we have, as you may know, gram-positive bacteria, gram-negative bacteria, and this is the fungus, which is different than the bacteria, of course. And in the right side of this slide, we have this mosaic fluid model of the cell membrane or plasma membrane of normal animal cells. Here we can see the cytoplasmic membrane of gram-positive bacteria compared to the gram-negative bacteria. From the structure of the outline membranes of these two different kinds of bacteria, we could assume that gram-positive bacteria would be more susceptible to this kind of therapeutic or killing than the gram-negative bacteria. This is because gram-negative bacteria, as you can see here, has two membranes, outer membrane and inner membrane, and this makes them less susceptible to this kind of therapeutic approach. So while I was in Harvard Medical School at MGH, Massachusetts General Hospital, and we had two cases that originally came from India, where they had at that time uh, resistant to most of the antibiotics that were used in the hospital. So the infectious disease department approached us to find a way that we could treat these patients with a novel approach, since they are already resistant to most of their infection was resistant to most of the antibiotics. So in this case, we of course thought of the antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition, and we were thinking to increase the efficacy of the antimicrobial photodynamic inhibition by introducing new drug or a new element in this approach. But in the introduction of these elements should be FDA approved, so that we could skip all the required registration and time-consuming process. So here are my ABDI project that we used and studied at Harvard Medical School. First of all, before doing anything, we have to do the simulation or in silico, and then we can go for the in vitro studies. Afterwards, we could go for the animal models, and we used here two different light wavelengths. As you can see, we use the red light and the blue light on this animal model, and to to monitor or investigate or to track the killing of these bacteria, we had to use genetic engineered bacteria which could emit bioluminescence, and by using this nice CCD camera and chamber, we could of course see the bioluminescence of this bacteria. We could track the killing of the bacteria by tracking the bioluminescence. The higher the bioluminescence, the higher the bacterial concentration and the higher the viability. The lower the bioluminescence, the lower the viability of the bacterial cells, and hence the higher the efficacy of killing of our killing approach. So the bioluminescence imaging of the BLI cells, infectious agents, or genes can be bioluminescently labeled. So the bacteria that we have used in these animal model experiments, we're using genetic engineered bioluminescently labeled. Were detected by a highly sensitive CCD camera mounted on a light tight enclosure, which is the chamber that I showed you in the previous slide. Imaging the bioluminescent source distribution, of course, will be displayed on PC, where we can making analysis of the intensity of the bioluminescence and the direct correlation with the viability of the bacterial cells. So in this experiment, we used rose bengal as a photosensitizer, and rose bengal, as you could see in my previous slides, have two absorption peaks, one in the blue light visible region. And rose bengal is FDA approved, and thus we could use it easily and nicely without the hassle of having this FDA approval and other paperwork. And we wanted to use to potentiate the efficacy of the rose bengal. So as I told you, we had to introduce a new element, and that new element should be also FDA approved. And uh, the best candidate at that time was potassium iodide, which is also FDA approved. So here you could see we have the efficacy of potassium iodide on light dose dependent ABDI on different target cells. In figure A, we used gram-negative bacteria, which is E. coli. In B, we used gram yeast Candida albicans. Here we could see a high efficacy or a high potentiation of the ABDI when we use potassium iodide with rose bengal. Of course, first one is just control, E. coli only. Here, just E. coli with potassium iodide. Nothing has changed. Here, E. coli plus rose bengal plus light. We could see, of course, about uh, 2 logs of killing.
is because here you can see from this chemical properties, there is a large quantity of wax present over the fiber surface. That is untreated fiber UTSF. It has 2.1 weight percentage of wax. This will hinder the addition of fiber with the matrix. So we subjected the fibers to chemical treatment, which thereby reduce the wax content. It reduced the hemicellulose content and lignin content. Thereby, it increased the weight ratio of cellulose. When cellulose weight ratios increase, it thereby increases the density of the fiber and also the crystalline property of the fiber. So here you can also see that the thermal stability got also enhanced. This is because the amorphous constituents like hemicellulose, lignin, wax are thermally lower stable because disordered orientation. However, the cellulose is thermally more stable when compared to amorphous constituents. So when these fibers are subjected to chemical treatment, it enhances the thermal stability since the amorphous contents of the fibers were reduced. So when we subject these fibers to chemical treatment, it also have a significant impact over the fiber diameter because the surface of the fiber has been degraded or disintegrated because of the acids by the breaking of hydroxyl groups. Thereby, it reduces the fiber diameter. And we have subjected the fiber for X-ray diffraction analysis. Here you can see the ETRD machine where we will keep the fibers over the sample stage, and the X-rays will be passed and got diffracted, and the diffracted X-rays will be captured by the receiving optics and the detector, and we will get some patterns. And this is the results of X-ray diffraction test. Here we can see there are two peaks. The first peak is called the smaller peak, it is called the cellulose peak, and the second highest peak is also cellulose peak. Here at this peak at 22, we can identify that according to ICDD database, we can identify the cellulose present here is in the type of cellulose 1 alpha. So depending upon the chemical treatment, the type of cellulose will also change. There are various types of cellulose present in a fiber like cellulose 1 alpha and cellulose 1 beta. And furthermore, due to mercerization process by chemical treatment, the type of cellulose will change to cellulose 2,3. This process is called mercerization. So the change of cellulose type can be identified through X-ray diffraction test. And also the crystalline index and crystal size can also be calculated through X-ray diffraction test. Next, we can see that this is the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy analysis. This is the FTR analysis equipment. Yeah, the brand is Bruker. Here we test the Fourier FTIR peaks through ATR mode, that is alternated total reflectance. Here we no need to prepare KBR pellets for finding the functional groups present in the fiber. Since it is a natural fiber which is being chemically treated, directly we can find the functional groups present in the fiber through ATR mode. So this is the analysis result of FTR spectroscopy. We can see the analysis done through transmittance mode, and depending upon the chemical treatment, we can see the infrared spectrums can easily pass through the fibers, and depending upon the peaks, we can identify the functional group and its corresponding fiber component. So this is our TGA machine, thermogravimetric analyzer, where we can measure the thermal stability of the material. Here we will measure the weight loss of the component of the sample with respect to increase in the temperature. So this is the result of the thermogravimetric analysis. Here you can see the weight is getting dropped with here the weight is getting dropped with respect to increase in temperature, and depending upon the weight loss, we can identify at what temperature what component of the fiber gets degraded, and we can identify the thermal stability of the fiber. So this is a SEM machine, scanning electron microscope, where we will study about the fracture morphology and the surface morphology of the samples. So before we are analyzing the fracture morphology and surface morphology, we should know that whether our sample is a conductive sample or non-conductive sample. If our sample is conductive, we can directly load the samples into the machine and we can take the images. If the sample is a non-conductive sample, it is very important to Sorry, I think the slide has been changed. Hello. As you can see that the samples has to be coated with gold and sputter with carbon to enable the conduction for non-conductive sample. Here I could like to show you a short video about how the sputtering process is done. We load the sample over the sputtering machine, then using plasma, we coat the sample using gold for enabling the conduction over the electron conduction of the sample so that we can get a clear image. So towards your left, you can see the samples which were fiber samples and the composite samples which were coated using gold. This is the sputtering process for SEM samples, that is scanning electron microscope samples. So I will move to next slide. This is our fiber surface morphology. Here you can see that the soil fiber surface morphology has been changed depending upon the type of treatment. You can see from the figure A, that is a raw fiber where that is having some impurities over the fiber surface. Then by oxalic acid treatment, this fiber surface has been changed with some rougher surface, and the silane treatment, the surface has become smooth. This is because the silane has got coated over the fiber surface by filling the spores with in the fibers with the help of Kraft molecules. In the figure D, we can see that the fiber surface has become more rough because NaOH treatment will potentially degrade the fiber more when compared to other treatments. So this is a contact angle analyzer where we will measure the contact angle of any liquid over the fiber surface. So here we can see that the contact angle changes with respect to chemical treatment because the surface morphology of the fiber will help the fiber to help the resin or any liquid to spread over the surface, which will enhance the wettability. So we plotted the 3D plot to study about the changes in the fiber surface depending upon the chemical treatment. And for the mechanical test, we have tensile, flexural, interlaminar shear strength, and impact strength. And we have reinforced epoxy composite with the help of this using this treated and untreated natural fibers. So depending upon the treatment, depending upon the changes in its chemical and physical properties, the mechanical performance of the composites will also change. The changes in mechanical performance is due to the changes in the bonding nature of the fibers and also increase in stiffness and modulus of the fibers. Here you can see that the CM3, that is the silane treated fiber, have a good mechanical performance when compared to its counterparts. This is because in the case of silane treatment, the fibers were able to establish good chemical bonding with the matrices, and hence when tensile or flexural load is applied, there is a good stress transfer between the fibers and the matrix, thereby enhancing its mechanical properties. But here you can see that the impact strength has dropped for the treated fibers. However, it is higher for the composite, which is reinforced with raw fibers. This is because the raw fibers has amorphous constituents and there is some improper bonding between the fiber and matrix. Hence, when the sample is subjected to impact load, that when the impactor hits the sample, the damping effect occurs in its amorphous phase. Thereby, it can absorb more energy. But in the case of CM2, CM3, CM4, where the composite is reinforced with treated fibers, the stiffness and the modulus of the composite increases. Thereby, the material becomes more brittle. As you can see that the modulus also increases with respect to chemical treatment. So this is our surface tensile fracture morphology. We can study about how the bonding of fiber is with the matrix. Is there is any fiber pullout or there are voids in the composites? How the matrix crack happened, and is there any fiber tear or there is any matrix crack? We can study all this through fracture morphology by taking scanning electron microscopic image from the fractured surface. So this is our thermomechanical analyzer where we will measure about the structural stability of our composite with respect to change in temperature. we will have a quartz probe which will hold the sample in between silica plates. So we will increase the temperature of the furnace. So depending upon the function of temperature, our sample may either expand or it may shrink. And this expansion shrinkage will be controlled by the fiber reinforcement. If the reinforcement have better bonding with the matrix, there will not be any much polymer chain movement. Hence, there will be more structural stability. So this analysis is very important when we are going to use our composites in any temperature sensitive environment. So here we have the results where we can study the TG of the composite, and we can also see that the shrinkage level increases for the untreated fiber reinforced composite because there is no proper bonding between fiber and the matrix. This enables easy movement of polymer chain movement. This enables the easy polymer chain movement. Whereas if there is a better bonding between the fiber and matrices, the reinforcement will restrict the fiber polymer chain movement so that it can control, it can make the structural stability to enhance. So we have the water absorption test where we can see that for the untreated fiber reinforced composite have the highest water absorption. This is because there is a gap between the reinforcement and matrix interface, and the water can sweep very well between the fiber and the matrix. Thereby, over a period of time, the composite may get damaged due to water seepage. However, if there is a good fiber surface and matrix interaction, there will not be any window for the water to sweep between the fiber and the matrix. Thereby, it will enhance its life when it is used in moisture sensitive environment. So we can see about what is the dynamic mechanical analysis. This is our dynamic mechanical analyzer where we have a chamber, and here the sample is held in a dual cantilever flexural mode, that is a 3-point bending mode. Here we can study the complex viscosity or the complex modulus of the composite. Here, what we do is we will induce the load in a frequency. It may be like 1 hertz, 2 hertz, 5 hertz, depending upon our composite. And the load of the frequency will also be given. And the temperature will also change at a rate. So we will study the modulus change with increase or decrease in temperature and with respect to the loading with frequency. So here we can see the result of dynamic mechanical analysis. The storage modulus, we can study about 3 main properties. One is storage modulus, loss modulus, and damping factor. The storage modulus is the amount of energy stored within the composite. That will be, we can call it as storage modulus. And the loss modulus is the amount of energy lost when the temperature increases or the material reaches its glass transition temperature. And damping factor is how much how much our sample can damp the frequency which is given to the sample. So these studies are also important to study about the complex modulus. For example, you can think about a aircraft wing. So when the aircraft takes off, there will be a change in temperature. It depends upon the height of the altitude, and also the wings will be subjected to sinusoidal movement of load or different frequency. So we should know about the mechanical property, that is a complex modulus that happens within the material under varied frequency and temperature sensitive environment. So the dynamic mechanical analysis plays a crucial role in aircraft industries, aerospace industries, and also in energy industries like developing windmills, windmill blades, etc. So next one is a fatigue analysis, or we can say about the durability test. Here in a different case, we will study about how the material behaves, how long the sample can take the cyclic loads before its failure. So you can see how the load is applied. Here you can see that a cyclic load is given to the sample, and we will study about its deformation rate. We'll study about the changes in stress with respect to number of cycles and with respect to increase or changes in the load. So here we have the data recorded of the this experiment is done in force controller mode, where we had a constant force and we measured the displacement with respect to increase in the loading cycles. So next we can see about the results of the fatigue analysis. Here, during the fatigue analysis, we have a 3 stages. Where initial stage, we have the deformation stage due to the cyclic load, and it moves to this stage 2, where micro cracks happen depending upon the number of cycles. And at this cycle, the micro cracks develop more, and it leads to composite failure that we call it as catastrophic failure. We can study about how much cycles are how much durable our sample is when we are using in any cyclic loading environment. So next we will see about additive manufacturing. Here we are using our natural fibers to reinforce any polymer, and we will make it as a filament. And this filament we will use it for 3D printing composites, because natural fibers, we should find the opportunities where we can promote eco-friendly composites. So here we have seen that here we used a stem from a tree called Morinda citrifolia. Then we used the pruned stem of the trees, and we extracted the bark from the trees. And this bark we subjected to water retting process. We extract the fibers. Then we grinded the fibers to almost 50 to 100 microns, and we use these grounded fibers as reinforcement in PLA matrix. Then we develop the filaments using a single screw extruder. Then we use this filament for 3D printing our composites. Here you can see that we have 3 filaments. One is pure PLA, second one is 3% reinforced PLA, and one is 6% fiber reinforced PLA. We try to reinforce with more than 6 volume percentage. However, the filament was not good, so that it is in a non-printable filament. That means the filament became more brittle. The brittle filaments cannot be easily 3D printed through FDM process. So this is a short video of 3D printing fiber reinforced PLA composite. I would like to play it. So this is the process where we 3D print PLA reinforced natural fibers. You can visibly notice the presence of fibers in the PLA matrix. So we again use these filaments to develop a sports utility helmet, where we developed a bicycling helmet using this natural fiber reinforced PLA. So this is the process, that is the slicing process before the 3D printing process. We will develop 3D models in any 3D modeling software like SolidWorks, like CATIA, AutoCAD, anything. Then we will use this 3D model to import into any slicing software like Cura, Simplify 3D, Ultimator Host. Then we will slice the models to STL format. And this STL format will be fed into the 3D printer, and the printer prints the component according to the format. So these are some of the critical parameters which we have to know about during the 3D printing process. One is the nozzle size. The nozzle size has to be chosen depending upon the size of the reinforcement which we are using in the filaments. Then we should know about the printing speed. We should know about the layer height. The layer height is the 3D printing layer. That means the 3D print occurs by layer. So we should know about how much height we are going to print each layer. So we can choose the filling pattern. That means the 3D printed component will have inner density. The inner density can be altered depending upon our requirement. So there is also many patterns of printing the infill density. So we should know about the extruded temperature, then printing temperature, bed temperature. That means the print bed temperature. So we tested about the tensile properties of the developed filaments and its composites. So this is the fracture morphology of the 3D printed filaments. Because we will study about its elongation and brittle nature, we will perform tensile test, and we will study about the fracture morphology to study its suitability for 3D printing process. So we have done this is the results of the filaments and its composites. We can see that upon reinforcement of natural fibers in filaments, it has enhanced its mechanical properties. And this is the fracture morphology of the 3D printed part. Here you cannot see the filaments and printed pattern in a separated way. This is because we 3D printed it with 100% infill density. And there is also some enlargement of the filaments during the printing process. We had some issues with like pultrusion that happened during the printing process. So we are not able to see the differences in the layers. So we also studied about the thermomechanical property, that is the structural stability of the composite. Upon the reinforcement or with natural fibers, the samples were more thermally, that means the structurally stable at elevated temperatures. So sorry for taking a long time. I would like to play a short video about our lab. So then this is our lab. This is our advanced CNC machines. And we have the 3D scanners for scanning the SLS